Part 1, Chapter 1 of Chance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Carson. Chance by Joseph Conrad. Chapter 1. A tale in two parts. Those who hold that all things are governed by fortune had not erred, had they not persisted there. Sir Thomas Browne. To Sir Hugh Clifford, K.C.M.G., whose steadfast friendship is responsible for the existence of these pages. Part 1. The Damsel. Chapter 1. Young Powell and his Chance. I believe he had seen us out of the window coming off to dine in the dinghy of a 14-ton yawl belonging to Marlow, my host and skipper. We helped the boy we had with us to haul the boat up on the landing stage before we went up to the Riverside Inn, where we found our new acquaintance eating his dinner in dignified loneliness at the head of a long table, white and inhospitable like a snowbank. The red tint of his clear-cut face with trim short black whiskers under a cap of curly iron-grey hair was the only warm spot in the dinginess of that room, cooled by the cheerless tablecloth. We knew him already by sight as the owner of a little 5-ton cutter, which he sailed alone apparently, a fellow yachtsman in the unpretending band of fanatics who cruise at the mouth of the Thames. But the first time he addressed the waiter sharply as Stewart, we knew him at once for a sailor as well as a yachtsman. Presently he had occasion to reprove that same waiter for the slovenly manner in which the dinner was served. He did it with considerable energy, and then turned to us. If we were at sea, he declared, went about our work as people ashore high and low go about theirs, we should never make a living. No one would employ us, and moreover no ship navigated and sailed in the happy-go-lucky manner people conduct their business on shore would ever arrive into port. Since he had retired from the sea he had been astonished to discover that educated people were not much better than the others. No one seemed to take any proper pride in his work. From plumbers, who were simply thieves, to, say, newspaper men, he seemed to think them a specially intellectual class, who never by any chance gave a correct version of the simplest affair. This universal inefficiency of what he called the shore gang he ascribed in general to the want of responsibility and to a sense of security. They see, he went on, that no matter what they do this tight little island won't turn turtle with them or spring a leak and go to the bottom with their wives and children. From this point the conversation took a special turn relating exclusively to sea life. On that subject he got quickly in touch with Marlow, who in his time had followed the sea. They kept up a lively exchange of reminiscences while I listened. They agreed that the happiest time in their lives was as youngsters in good ships, with no care in the world but not to lose a watch below when at sea, and not a moment's time in going ashore after work hours when in harbor. They agreed also as to the proudest moment they had known in that calling, which is never embraced on rational and practical grounds because of the glamour of its romantic associations. It was the moment when they had passed successfully their first examination and left the seamanship examiner with the little precious slip of blue paper in their hands. "That day I wouldn't have called the Queen my cousin," declared our new acquaintance enthusiastically. At that time the Marine Board examinations took place at the St. Catherine's Dock House on Tower Hill, and he informed us that he had a special affection for the view of that historic locality, with the gardens to the left, the front of the Mint to the right, the miserable tumble-down little houses farther away, a cab stand boot-blacks squatting on the edge of the pavement, and a pair of big policemen gazing with an air of superiority at the doors of the Black Horse public house across the road. This was the part of the world, he said, his eyes first took notice of, on the finest day of his life. He had emerged from the main entrance of St. Catherine's Dock House a full-fledged second mate after the hottest time of his life with Captain R., the most dreaded of the 3 seamanship examiners, who at the time were responsible for the merchant service officers qualifying in the port of London. We all, who were preparing to pass, he said, used to shake in our shoes at the idea of going before him. He kept me for an hour and a half in the torture chamber, and behaved as though he hated me. He kept his eyes shaded with one of his hands. Suddenly he let it drop, saying, "You will do." Before I realized what he meant, he was pushing the blue slip across the table. I jumped up as if my chair had caught fire. "Thank you, sir," said I, grabbing the paper. "Good morning, good luck to you," he growls at me. The old doorkeeper fussed out of the cloak-room with my hat. They always do. But he looked very hard at me before he ventured to ask in a sort of timid whisper, "Got through all right, sir?" For all answer I dropped a half-crown into his soft broad palm. "Well," says he with a sudden grin from ear to ear, "I never knew him keep any of you gentlemen so long. He failed 2 second mates this morning before your turn came. Less than 20 minutes each. That's about his usual time." I found myself downstairs without being aware of the steps, as if I had floated down the staircase. The finest day in my life. The day you get your first command is nothing to it. For one thing, a man is not so young then, and for another, with us, you know, there is nothing much more to expect. Yes, the finest day of one's life, no doubt, but then it is just a day and no more. What comes after is about the most unpleasant time for a youngster, the trying to get an officer's berth with nothing much to show but a brand new certificate. It is surprising how useless you find that piece of ass's skin that you have been putting yourself in such a state about. It didn't strike me at the time that a Board of Trade certificate does not make an officer, not by a long, long way. But the slippers of the ships I was haunting with demands for a job knew that very well. I don't wonder at them now, and I don't blame them either. But this trying to get a ship is pretty hard on a youngster all the same. He went on then to tell us how tired he was and how discouraged by this lesson of disillusion following swiftly upon the finest day of his life. He told us how he went the round of all the ship owners' offices in the city, where some junior clerk would furnish him with printed forms of application which he took home to fill up in the evening. He used to run out just before midnight to post them in the nearest pillar box. And that was all that ever came of it. In his own words, he might just as well have dropped them all properly addressed and stamped into the sewer grating. Then, one day as he was wending his weary way to the docks, he met a friend and former shipmate, a little older than himself, outside the Fenchurch Street railway station. He craved for sympathy, but his friend had just got a ship that very morning and was hurrying home in a state of outward joy and inward uneasiness usual to a sailor who after many days of waiting suddenly gets a berth. This friend had the time to condole with him but briefly. He must be moving. Then, as he was running off, over his shoulder as it were, he suggested, "Why don't you go and speak to Mr. Powell in the shipping office?" Our friend objected that he did not know Mr. Powell from Adam, and the other, already pretty near round the corner, shouted back advice: "Go to the private door of the shipping office and walk right up to him. His desk is by the window. Go up boldly and say I sent you." Our new acquaintance, looking from one to the other of us, declared, "Upon my word, I had grown so desperate that I'd have gone boldly up to the devil himself on the mere hint that he had a second mate's job to give away." It was at this point that, interrupting his flow of talk to light his pipe, but holding us with his eye, he inquired whether we had known Powell. Marlow, with a slight reminiscent smile, murmured that he remembered him very well. Then there was a pause. Our new acquaintance had become involved in a vexatious difficulty with his pipe, which had suddenly betrayed his trust and disappointed his anticipation of self-indulgence. To keep the ball rolling I asked Marlow if this Powell was remarkable in any way. "He was not exactly remarkable," Marlow answered with his usual nonchalance. "In a general way it's very difficult for one to become remarkable. People won't take sufficient notice of one, don't you know? I remember Powell so well simply because, as one of the shipping masters in the port of London, he dispatched me to sea on several long stages of my sailor's pilgrimage. He resembled Socrates. I mean, he resembled him genuinely, that is, in his face. A philosophical mind is but an accident. He reproduced exactly the familiar bust of the immortal sage, if you will imagine the bust with a high top hat riding far on the back of the head and a black coat over the shoulders. As I never saw him except from the other side of the long official counter bearing the 5 writing desks of the 5 shipping masters, Mr. Powell has remained a bust to me. Our new acquaintance advanced now from the mantelpiece with his pipe in good working order. "What was the most remarkable about Powell," he enunciated dogmatically with his head in a cloud of smoke, "is that he should have had just that name. You see, my name happens to be Powell too." It was clear that this intelligence was not imparted to us for social purposes. It required no acknowledgment. We continued to gaze at him with expectant eyes. He gave himself up to the vigorous enjoyment of his pipe for a silent minute or two. Then, picking up the thread of his story, he told us how he had started hot foot for Tower Hill. He had not been that way since the day of his examination, the finest day of his life, the day of his overweening pride. It was very difficult now. He would not have called the Queen his cousin, still, but this time it was from a sense of profound abasement. He didn't think himself good enough for anybody's kinship. He envied the purple-nosed old cab drivers on the stand, the boot-black boys at the edge of the pavement, the 2 large bobbies pacing slowly along the Tower Gardens railings in the conscientiousness of their infallible might, and the bright scarlet sentries walking smartly to and fro before the Mint. He envied them their places in the scheme of world's labour, and he envied also the miserable, sallow, thin-faced loafers, blinking their obscene eyes and rubbing their greasy shoulders against the door jambs of the Black Horse pub, because they were too far gone to feel their degradation. I must render the man the justice that he conveyed very well to us the sense of his youthful hopelessness, surprised at not finding its place in the sun, and no recognition of its right to live. He went up the outer steps of St. Katherine's Dock House, the very steps from which he had some 6 weeks before surveyed the cab stand, the buildings, the policemen, the boot blacks, the paint, gilt, and plate glass of the Black Horse, with the eye of a conqueror. At the time he had been at the bottom of his heart surprised that all this had not greeted him with songs and incense. But now he made no secret of it. He made his entry in a slinking fashion, past the doorkeeper's glass box. "I hadn't any half-crowns to spare for tips," he remarked grimly. The man, however, ran out after him asking, "What do you require?" But with a grateful glance up at the first floor in remembrance of Captain R.'s examination room, how easy and delightful all that had been, he bolted down a flight leading to the basement and found himself in a place of dusk and mystery and many doors. He had been afraid of being stopped by some rule of no admittance. However, he was not pursued. The basement of St. Katherine's Dock House is vast in extent and confusing in its plan. Pale shafts of light slant from above into the gloom of its chilly passages. Powell wandered up and down there like an early Christian refugee in the catacombs. But what little faith he had in the success of his enterprise was oozing out at his fingertips. At a dark turn under a gas bracket whose flame was half turned down, his self-confidence abandoned him altogether. "I stood there to think a little," he said. "A foolish thing to do because, of course, I got scared. What could you expect? It takes some nerve to tackle a stranger with a request for a favour. I wished my namesake Powell had been the devil himself. I felt somehow it would have been an easier job. You see, I never believed in the devil enough to be scared of him, but a man can make himself very unpleasant. I looked at a lot of doors, all shut tight, with a growing conviction that I would never have the pluck to open one of them. Thinking's no good for one's nerve. I concluded I would give up the whole business. But I didn't give up in the end, and I'll tell you what stopped me. It was the recollection of that confounded doorkeeper who had called after me. I felt sure the fellow would be on the lookout at the head of the stairs. If he asked me what I had been after, as he had the right to do, I wouldn't know what to answer that wouldn't make me look silly if no worse. I got very hot. There was no chance of slinking out of this business. I had lost my bearings somehow down there. Of the many doors of various sizes, right and left, a good few had glazed lights above. Some, however, must have led merely into lumber rooms or such like, because when I brought myself to try one or two I was disconcerted to find that they were locked. I stood there, irresolute and uneasy like a baffled thief. The confounded basement was still as a grave, and I became aware of my heart beats. Very uncomfortable sensation. Never happened to me before or since. A bigger door to the left of me, with a large brass handle, looked as if it might lead into the shipping office. I tried it, setting my teeth. Here goes. It came open quite easily, and lo, the place it opened into was hardly any bigger than a cupboard. Anyhow, it wasn't more than 10 feet by 12, and as I in a way expected to see the big, shadowy, cellar-like extent of the shipping office, where I had been once or twice before, I was extremely startled. A gas bracket hung from the middle of the ceiling over a dark, shabby writing desk, covered with a litter of yellowish dusty documents. Under the flame of the single burner which made the place ablaze with light, a plump little man was writing hard, his nose very near the desk. His head was perfectly bald and about the same drab tint as the papers. He appeared pretty dusty too. I didn't notice whether there were any cobwebs on him, but I shouldn't wonder if there were, because he looked as though he had been imprisoned for years in that little hole. The way he dropped his pen and sat blinking my way upset me very much. And his dungeon was hot and musty. It smelt of gas and mushrooms, and seemed to be somewhere 120 feet below the ground. Solid, heavy stacks of paper filled all the corners halfway up to the ceiling. And when the thought flashed upon me that these were the premises of the Marine Board, and that this fellow must be connected in some way with ships and sailors and the sea, my astonishment took my breath away. One couldn't imagine why the Marine Board should keep that bald, fat creature slaving down there. For some reason or other I felt sorry and ashamed to have found him out in his wretched captivity. I asked gently and sorrowfully, "The shipping office, please?" He piped up in a contemptuous, squeaky voice which made me start. "Not here! Try the passage on the other side. Street side. This is the dock side. You've lost your way." He spoke in such a spiteful manner that I thought he was going to round off with the words "you fool," and perhaps he meant to. But what he finished sharply with was, "Shut the door quietly after you." And I did shut it quietly, you bet. Quick and quiet. The indomitable spirit of that chap impressed me. I wonder sometimes whether he has succeeded in writing himself into liberty and a pension at last, or had to go out of his gas-lighted grave straight into that other dark one where nobody would want to intrude. My humanity was pleased to discover he had so much kick left in him. But I was not comforted in the least. It occurred to me that if Mr. Powell had the same sort of temper. However, I didn't give myself time to think and scuttled across the space at the foot of the stairs into the passage where I'd been told to try. And I tried the first door I came to, right away, without any hanging back, because coming loudly from the hall above an amazed and scandalized voice wanted to know what sort of game I was up to down there. "Don't you know there's no admittance that way?" it roared. But if there was anything more I shut it out of my hearing by means of a door marked "Private" on the outside. It let me into a 6 feet wide strip between a long counter and the wall, taken off a spacious vaulted room with a grated window and a glazed door giving daylight into the further end. The first thing I saw right in front of me were 3 middle-aged men having a sort of romp together round about another fellow with a thin long neck and sloping shoulders, who stood up at a desk writing on a large sheet of paper and taking no notice except that he grinned quietly to himself. They turned very sour at once when they saw me. I heard one of them mutter, "Hullo, what have we here?" "I want to see Mr. Powell, please," I said, very civil but firm. I would let nothing scare me away now. This was the shipping office right enough. It was after 3 o'clock and the business seemed over for the day with them. The long necked fellow went on with his writing steadily. I observed that he was no longer grinning. The 3 others tossed their heads all together toward the far end of the room where a 5th man had been looking on at their antics from a high stool. I walked up to him as boldly as if he had been the devil himself. With one foot raised up and resting on the crossbar of his seat, he never stopped swinging the other which was well clear of the stone floor. He had unbuttoned the top of his waistcoat and he wore his tall hat very far at the back of his head. He had a full unwrinkled face and such clear shining eyes that his grey beard looked quite false on him, stuck on for a disguise. You said just now he resembled Socrates, didn't you? I don't know about that. This Socrates was a wise man, I believe." "He was," assented Marlow, "and a true friend of youth. He lectured them in a peculiarly exasperating manner. It was a way he had." "Then give me Powell every time," declared our new acquaintance sturdily. "He didn't lecture me in any way. Not he. He said 'How do you do?' quite kindly, to my mumble. Then says he, looking very hard at me, 'I don't think I know you, do I?' 'No, sir,' I said, and down went my heart sliding into my boots just as the time had come to summon up all my cheek. There's nothing meaner in the world than a piece of impudence that isn't carried off well. For fear of appearing shamefaced, I started about it so free and easy as almost to frighten myself." He listened for a while looking at my face with surprise and curiosity, and then held up his hand. I was glad enough to shut up, I can tell you. "Well, you are a cool hand," says he. "And that friend of yours too. He pestered me coming here every day for a fortnight, till a captain I'm acquainted with was good enough to give him a berth. And no sooner he's provided for than he turns you on. You youngsters don't seem to mind whom you get into trouble." It was my turn now to stare with surprise and curiosity. He hadn't been talking loud, but he lowered his voice still more. "Don't you know it's illegal?" I wondered what he was driving at, till I remembered that procuring a berth for a sailor is a penal offence under the Act. That clause was directed, of course, against the swindling practices of the boarding house crimps. It had never struck me it would apply to everybody alike no matter what the motive, because I believed that people on shore did their work with care and foresight. I was confounded at the idea, but Mr. Powell made me soon see that an Act of Parliament hasn't any sense of its own. It has only the sense that's put into it, and that's precious little sometimes. He didn't mind helping a young man to ship now and then, he said, but if we kept on coming constantly it would soon get about that he was doing it for money. A pretty thing that would be, the senior shipping master of the Port of London hauled up in a police court and fined £50, says he. I've another 4 years to serve to get my pension. It could be made to look very black against me, and don't you make any mistake about it, he says. And all the time with one knee well up he went on swinging his other leg like a boy on a gate and looking at me very straight with his shining eyes. I was confounded, I tell you. It made me sick to hear him imply that somebody would make a report against him. "Oh," I asked, shocked. "Who would think of such a scurvy trick, sir?" I was half disgusted with him for having the mere notion of it. "Who?" says he, speaking very low. "Anybody. One of the office messengers maybe. I've risen to be the senior of this office, and we are all very good friends here, but don't you think that my colleague that sits next to me wouldn't like to go up to this desk by the window 4 years in advance of the regulation time? Or even 1 year for that matter. It's human nature." I could not help turning my head. The 3 fellows who had been skylarking when I came in were now talking together very soberly, and the long-necked chap was going on with his writing still. He seemed to me the most dangerous of the lot. I saw him side-face and his lips were set very tight. I had never looked at mankind in that light before. When one's young, human nature shocks one. But what startled me most was to see this door I had come through very slowly and give passage to a head in a uniform cap with a Board of Trade badge. It was that blamed old doorkeeper from the hall. He had run me to earth and meant to dig me out too. He walked up the office smirking craftily, cap in hand. "What is it, Symons?" asked Mr. Powell. "I was only wondering where this 'ere gentleman had gone to, sir. He slipped past me upstairs, sir." I felt mighty uncomfortable. "That's all right, Symons. I know the gentleman," says Mr. Powell as serious as a judge. "Very well, sir. Of course, sir. I saw the gentleman running races all by hisself down here, so I—" "It's all right, I tell you," Mr. Powell cut him short with a wave of his hand. And as the old fraud walked off at last he raised his eyes to me. I did not know what to do, stay there or clear out or say that I was sorry. "Let's see," says he, "what did you tell me your name was?" Now observe, I hadn't given him my name at all, and his question embarrassed me a bit. Somehow or other it didn't seem proper for me to fling his own name at him as it were, so I merely pulled out my new certificate from my pocket and put it into his hand unfolded, so that he could read Charles Powell written very plain on the parchment. He dropped his eyes on to it and after a while laid it quietly on the desk by his side. I didn't know whether he meant to make any remark on this coincidence. Before he had time to say anything the glass door came open with a bang and a tall active man rushed in with great strides. His face looked very red below his high silk hat. You could see at once he was the skipper of a big ship. Mr. Powell, after telling me in an undertone to wait a little, addressed him in a friendly way. "I've been expecting you in every moment to fetch away your articles, Captain. Here they are all ready for you." And turning to a pile of agreements lying at his elbow, he took up the topmost of them. From where I stood I could read the words "Ship Ferndale" written in a large round hand on the first page. "No, Mr. Powell, they aren't ready, worse luck," says the skipper. "I've got to ask you to strike out my second officer." He seemed excited and bothered. He explained that his second mate had been working on board all the morning. At 1 o'clock he went out to get a bit of dinner and didn't turn up at 2 as he ought to have done. Instead there came a messenger from the hospital with a note signed by a doctor. Collarbone and one arm broken. Let himself be knocked down by a pair horse van while crossing the road outside the dock gate, as if he had neither eyes nor ears, and the ship ready to leave the dock at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Mr. Powell dipped his pen and began to turn the leaves of the agreement over. "We must then take his name off," he says in a kind of unconcerned sing-song. "What am I to do?" burst out the skipper. "This office closes at 4 o'clock. I can't find a man in half an hour." "This office closes at 4," repeats Mr. Powell, glancing up and down the pages and touching up a letter here and there with perfect indifference. "Even if I managed to lay hold some time to day of a man ready to go at such short notice, I couldn't ship him regularly here, could I?" Mr. Powell was busy drawing his pen through the entries relating to that unlucky second mate and making a note in the margin. "You could sign him on yourself on board," says he without looking up. "But I don't think you'll find easily an officer for such a pierhead jump." Upon this the fine looking skipper gave signs of distress. The ship mustn't miss the next morning's tide. He had to take on board 40 tons of dynamite and 120 tons of gunpowder at a place down the river before proceeding to sea. It was all arranged for next day. There would be no end of fuss and complications if the ship didn't turn up in time. I couldn't help hearing all this, while wishing him to take himself off, because I wanted to know why Mr. Powell had told me to wait. After what he had been saying there didn't seem any object in my hanging about. If I had had my certificate in my pocket I should have tried to slip away quietly. But Mr. Powell had turned about in the same position I found him in at first, and was again swinging his leg. My certificate open on the desk was under his left elbow, and I couldn't very well go up and jerk it away. "I don't know," says he carelessly, addressing the helpless captain, but looking fixedly at me with an expression as if I hadn't been there. "I don't know whether I ought to tell you that I know of a disengaged second mate at hand." "Do you mean you've got him here?" shouts the other, looking all over the empty public part of the office as if he were ready to fling himself bodily upon anything resembling a second mate. He had been so full of his difficulty that I verily believe he had never noticed me. or perhaps seeing me inside, he may have thought I was some understrapper belonging to the place. But when Mr. Powell nodded in my direction he became very quiet and gave me a long stare. Then he stooped to Mr. Powell's ear. I suppose he imagined he was whispering, but I heard him well enough. "Looks very respectable." "Certainly," says the Shipping Master, quite calm and staring all the time at me. "His name's Powell." "Oh, I see," says the skipper, as if struck all of a heap. "But is he ready to join at once?" I had a sort of vision of my lodgings. In the north of London too, beyond Dalston, away to the devil. And all my gear scattered about and my empty sea chest somewhere in an outhouse the good people I was staying with had at the end of their sooty strip of garden. I heard the Shipping Master say in the coolest sort of way: "He'll sleep on board to night." "He had better," says the captain of the Ferndale, very businesslike, as if the whole thing were settled. I can't say I was dumb for joy, as you may suppose. It wasn't exactly that. I was more by way of being out of breath with the quickness of it. It didn't seem possible that this was happening to me. But the skipper, after he had talked for a while with Mr. Powell, too low for me to hear, became visibly perplexed. I suppose he had heard I was freshly passed and without experience as an officer, because he turned about and looked me over as if I had been exposed for sale. "He's young," he mutters. "Looks smart though. You're smart and willing" this to me very sudden and loud "and all that, aren't you?" I just managed to open and shut my mouth no more, being taken unawares. But it was enough for him. He made as if I had deafened him with protestations of my smartness and willingness. Of course. All right. And then turning to the Shipping Master, who sat there swinging his leg, he said that he certainly couldn't go to sea without a second officer. I stood by as if all these things were happening to some other chap whom I was seeing through with it. Mr. Powell stared at me with those shining eyes of his. But that bothered skipper turns upon me again as though he wanted to snap my head off. "You aren't too big to be told how to do things, are you? You've a lot to learn yet, though you mayn't think so." I had half a mind to save my dignity by telling him that if it was my seamanship he was alluding to, I wanted him to understand that a fellow who had survived being turned inside out for an hour and a half by Captain R. was equal to any demand his old ship was likely to make on his competence. However, he didn't give me a chance to make that sort of fool of myself, because before I could open my mouth he had gone round on another tack and was addressing himself affably to Mr. Powell, who, swinging his leg, never took his eyes off me. "I'll take your young friend willingly, Mr. Powell. If you let him sign on as second mate at once, I'll take the articles away with me now." It suddenly dawned upon me that the innocent skipper of the Ferndale had taken it for granted that I was a relative of the Shipping Master. I was quite astonished at this discovery, though indeed the mistake was natural enough under the circumstances. What I ought to have admired was the reticence with which this misunderstanding had been established and acted upon. But I was too stupid then to admire anything. All my anxiety was that this should be cleared up. I was ass enough to wonder exceedingly at Mr. Powell failing to notice the misapprehension. I saw a slight twitch come and go on his face. But instead of setting right that mistake, the Shipping Master swung round on his stool and addressed me as Charles. He did, and I detected him taking a hasty squint at my certificate just before, because clearly till he did so he was not sure of my Christian name. "Now then, come round in front of the desk, Charles," says he in a loud voice. "Charles, at first I declare to you, it didn't seem possible that he was addressing himself to me. I even looked around for that Charles, but there was nobody behind me except the thin-necked chap, still hard at his writing, and the other three shipping masters, who were changing their coats and reaching for their hats, making ready to go home. It was the industrious thin-necked man who, without laying down his pen, lifted with his left hand a flap near his desk and said kindly, "Pass this way." I walked through in a trance, faced Mr. Powell, from whom I learned that we were bound to Port Elizabeth first, and signed my name on the articles of the ship Ferndale as second mate, the voyage not to exceed 2 years. "You won't fail to join, eh?" says the captain anxiously. "It would cause no end of trouble and expense if you did. You've got a good 6 hours to get your gear together, and then you'll have time to snatch a sleep on board before the crew joins in the morning." It was easy enough for him to talk of getting ready in 6 hours for a voyage that was not to exceed 2 years. He hadn't to do that trick himself, and with his sea chest locked up in an outhouse, the key of which had been mislaid for a week, as I remembered. But neither was I much concerned. The idea that I was absolutely going to sea at 6 o'clock next morning hadn't got quite into my head yet. It had been too sudden. Mr. Powell, slipping the articles into a long envelope, spoke up with a sort of cold half laugh without looking at either of us. "Mind you don't disgrace the name, Charles." And the skipper chimes in very kindly, "He'll do well enough, I dare say. I'll look after him a bit." Upon this he grabs the articles, says something about trying to run in for a minute to see that poor devil in the hospital, and off he goes with his heavy swinging step, after telling me sternly, "Don't you go like that poor fellow and get yourself run over by a cart as if you hadn't eyes or ears." "Mr. Powell," says I timidly. There was by then only the thin-necked man left in the office with us, and he was already by the door, standing on one leg to turn the bottom of his trousers up before going away. "Mr. Powell," says I believe the captain of the Ferndale was thinking all the time that I was a relation of yours." I was rather concerned about the propriety of it, you know, but Mr. Powell didn't seem to be in the least. "Did he?" says he. "That's funny, because it seems to me too that I've been a sort of good uncle to several of my young fellows lately. Don't you think so yourself? However, if you don't like it you may put him right when you get out to sea." At this I felt a bit queer. Mr. Powell had rendered me a very good service, because it's a fact that with us merchant sailors the first voyage as officer is the real start in life. He had given me no less than that. I told him warmly that he had done for me more that day than all my relations put together ever did. "Oh no," says he, "I guess it's that shipment of explosives waiting down the river which has done most for you. 40 tons of dynamite have been your best friend to day, young man." That was true too, perhaps. Anyway, I saw clearly enough that I had nothing to thank myself for. But as I tried to thank him, he checked my stammering. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me," says he. "The voyage isn't finished yet." Our new acquaintance paused, then added meditatively, "Queer man," as if it made any difference. Queer man. It's certainly unwise to admit any sort of responsibility for our actions, whose consequences we are never able to foresee, remarked Marlow by way of assent. "The consequence of his action was that I got a ship," said the other. "That could not do much harm," he added with a laugh which argued a probably unconscious contempt of general ideas. But Marlow was not put off. He was patient and reflective. He had been at sea many years, and I verily believe he liked sea life because upon the whole it is favourable to reflection. I am speaking of the now nearly vanished sea life under sail. To those who may be surprised at the statement, I will point out that this life secured for the mind of him who embraced it the inestimable advantages of solitude and silence. Marlow had the habit of pursuing general ideas in a peculiar manner, between jest and earnest. "Oh, I wouldn't suggest," he said, "that your namesake, Mr. Powell, the shipping master, had done you much harm. Such was hardly his intention. And even if it had been, he would not have had the power. He was but a man, and the incapacity to achieve anything distinctly good or evil is inherent in our earthly condition. Mediocrity is our mark. And perhaps it's just as well, since, for the most part, we cannot be certain of the effect of our actions." "I don't know about the effect." The other stood up to Marlow manfully. "What effect did you expect anyhow? I tell you he did something uncommonly kind." "He did what he could," Marlow retorted gently, "and on his own showing that was not a very great deal. I cannot help thinking that there was some malice in the way he seized the opportunity to serve you. He managed to make you uncomfortable. You wanted to go to sea, but he jumped at the chance of accommodating your desire with a vengeance. I am inclined to think your cheek alarmed him, and this was an excellent occasion to suppress you altogether. For if you accepted he was relieved of you with every appearance of humanity, and if you made objections, after requesting his assistance, mind you, it was open to him to drop you as a sort of impostor. You might have had to decline that berth for some very valid reason. From sheer necessity, perhaps. The notice was too uncommonly short. But under the circumstances you'd have covered yourself with ignominy." Our new friend knocked the ashes out of his pipe. "Quite a mistake," he said. "I am not of the declining sort, though I'll admit it was something like telling a man that you would like a bath and in consequence being instantly knocked overboard to sink or swim with your clothes on. However, I didn't feel as if I were in deep water at first. I left the shipping office quietly and for a time strolled along the street as easily as if I had a week before me to fit myself out. But by and by I reflected that the notice was even shorter than it looked. The afternoon was well advanced. I had some things to get, a lot of small matters to attend to, one or two persons to see. One of them was an aunt of mine, my only relation, who quarrelled with poor father as long as he lived about some silly matter that had neither right nor wrong to it. She left her money to me when she died. I used always to go and see her for decency's sake. I had so much to do before night that I didn't know where to begin. I felt inclined to sit down on the curb and hold my head in my hands. It was as if an engine had been started going under my skull. Finally I sat down in the first cab that came along, and it was a hard matter to keep on sitting there, I can tell you, while we rolled up and down the streets, pulling up here and there, the parcels accumulating round me, and the engine in my head gathering more way every minute. The composure of the people on the pavements was provoking to a degree, and as to the people in shops, they were benumbed, more than half frozen, imbecile. Funny how it affects you to be in a peculiar state of mind. Everybody that does not act up to your excitement seems so confoundedly unfriendly. And my state of mind, what with the hurry, the worry and a growing exultation, was peculiar enough. That engine in my head went round at its top speed hour after hour, till 11 at about at night. It let up on me suddenly at the entrance to the dock before large iron gates in a dead wall. These gates were closed and locked. The cabby, after shooting his things off the roof of his machine into young Powell's arms, drove away, leaving him alone with his sea chest, a sail cloth bag and a few parcels on the pavement about his feet. It was a dark, narrow thoroughfare, he told us. A mean row of houses on the other side looked empty. There wasn't the smallest gleam of light in them. The white hot glare of a gin palace a good way off made the intervening piece of the street pitch black, some human shapes appearing mysteriously as if they had sprung up from the dark ground, shunned the edge of the faint light thrown down by the gateway lamps. These figures were wary in their movements and perfectly silent of foot, like beasts of prey slinking about a campfire. Powell gathered up his belongings and hovered over them like a hen over her brood. A gruffly insinuating voice said: "Let's carry your things in, Cap'n. I've got my pal 'ere." He was a tall, bony, grey-haired ruffian with a bulldog jaw, in a torn cotton shirt and moleskin trousers. The shadow of his hobnailed boots was enormous and coffin-like. His pal, who didn't come up much higher than his elbow, stepping forward, exhibited a pale face with a long drooping nose and no chin to speak of. He seemed to have just scrambled out of a dustbin in a tam o' shanter cap and a tattered soldier's coat much too long for him. Being so deadly white he looked like a horrible dirty invalid in a ragged dressing gown. The coat flapped open in front, and the rest of his apparel consisted of one brace which crossed his naked bony chest, and a pair of trousers. He blinked rapidly as if dazed by the faint light, while his patron, the old bandit, glowered at young Powell from under his beetling brow. "Say the word, Cap'n. The bobby'll let us in all right. He knows both of us." "I didn't answer him," continued Mr. Powell. "I was listening to footsteps on the other side of the gate, echoing between the walls of the warehouses as if in an uninhabited town of very high buildings, dark from basement to roof. You could never have guessed that within a stone's throw there was an open sheet of water and big ships lying afloat. The few gas lamps showing up a bit of brickwork here and there appeared in the blackness like penny dips in a range of cellars, and the solitary footsteps came on, tramp, tramp. A dock policeman strode into the light on the other side of the gate, very broad-chested and stern. "Hullo, what's up here?" He was really surprised, but after some palaver he let me in, together with the two loafers carrying my luggage. He grumbled at them, however, and slammed the gate violently with a loud clang. I was startled to discover how many night prowlers had collected in the darkness of the street in such a short time, and without my being aware of it. Directly we were through they came surging against the bars, silent, like a mob of ugly spectres. But suddenly, up the street somewhere, perhaps near that public house, a row started as if bedlam had broken loose. Shouts, yells, an awful shrill shriek, and at that noise all these heads vanished from behind the bars. "Look at this," marvelled the constable. "It's a wonder to me they didn't make off with your things while you were waiting." "I would have taken good care of that," I said defiantly. But the constable wasn't impressed. "Much you would have done. The bag going off round one dark corner, the chest round another. Would you have run two ways at once? And anyhow you'd have been tripped up and jumped upon before you had run 3 yards. I tell you You've had a most extraordinary chance that there wasn't one of them regular boys about to night in the High Street to twig your loaded cab go by. Ted here is honest. You are on the honest lay, Ted, ain't you?" "Always was, orficer," said the big ruffian with feeling. The other frail creature seemed dumb and only hopped about with the edge of its soldier coat touching the ground. "Oh yes, I dare say," said the constable. "Now then, forward march. He's that because he ain't game for the other thing," he confided to me. "He hasn't got the nerve for it. However, I ain't going to lose sight of them two till they go out through the gate. This little chap's a devil. He's got the nerve for anything, only he hasn't got the muscle. Well, well, you've had a chance to get in with a whole skin and with all your things." I was incredulous a little. It seemed impossible that after getting ready with so much hurry and inconvenience I should have lost my chance at a start in life with such a cause. I asked: "Does that sort of thing happen often so near the dock gates?" "Often? No. Of course not often. But it ain't often either that a man comes along with a cabload of things to join a ship at this time of night. I've been in the dock police 13 years and haven't seen it done once." Meantime we followed my sea chest, which was being carried down a sort of deep narrow lane separating two high warehouses, between honest Ted and his little devil of a pal who had to keep up a trot to the other's stride. The skirt of his soldier's coat floating behind him nearly swept the ground so that he seemed to be running on castors. At the corner of the gloomy passage a rigged jib boom with a dolphin striker ending in an arrowhead stuck out of the night close to a cast iron lamp post. It was the quay side. They set down their load in the light and honest Ted asked hoarsely: "Where's your ship, governor?" I didn't know. The constable was interested at my ignorance. "Don't know where your ship is?" he asked with curiosity. "And you the second officer? Haven't you been working on board of her?" I couldn't explain that the only work connected with my appointment was the work of chance. I told him briefly that I didn't know her at all. At this he remarked: "So I see. Here she is right before you. That's her." At once the headgear in the gas light inspired me with interest and respect. The spars were big, the chains and ropes stout, and the whole thing looked powerful and trustworthy. Barely touched by the light her bows rose faintly alongside the narrow strip of the quay. The rest of her was a black smudge in the darkness. Here I was face to face with my start in life. We walked in a body a few steps on a greasy pavement between her side and the towering wall of a warehouse, and I hit my shins cruelly against the end of the gangway. The constable hailed her quietly in a bass undertone: "Ferndale there!" A feeble and dismal sound, something in the nature of a buzzing groan, answered from behind the bulwarks. I distinguished vaguely an irregular round knob of wood, perhaps resting on the rail. It did not move in the least, but as another broken down buzz like a still fainter echo of the first dismal sound proceeded from it, I concluded it must be the head of the ship keeper. The stalwart constable jeered in a mock official manner: "Second officer coming to join. Move yourself a bit." The truth of the statement touched me in the pit of the stomach. You know that's the spot where emotion gets home on a man. For it was borne upon me that really and truly I was nothing but a second officer of her ship, just like any other second officer to that constable. I was moved by this solid evidence of my new dignity. Only his tone offended me. Nevertheless I gave him the tip he was looking for. Thereupon he lost all interest in me, humorous or otherwise, and walked away, driving sternly before him the honest Ted, who went off grumbling to himself like a hungry ogre, and his horrible dumb little pal in the soldier's coat, who from first to last never emitted the slightest sound. It was very dark on the quarter-deck of the Ferndale, between the deep bulwarks overshadowed by the break of the poop and frowned upon by the front of the warehouse. I plumped down on to my chest near the after hatch as if my legs had been jerked from under me. I felt suddenly very tired and languid. The ship-keeper, whom I could hardly make out, hung over the capstan in a fit of weak pitiful coughing. He gasped out very low, "Oh dear," and struggled for breath so long that I got up alarmed and irresolute. "I've been took like this since last Christmas twelvemonth. It ain't nothing." He seemed 100 years old at least. I never saw him properly because he was gone ashore and out of sight when I came on deck in the morning. But he gave me the notion of the feeblest creature that ever breathed. His voice was thin, like the buzzing of a mosquito. As it would have been cruel to demand assistance from such a shadowy wreck, I went to work myself, dragging my chest along a pitch-black passage under the poop deck, while he sighed and moaned around me, as if my exertions were more than his weakness could stand. At last, as I banged pretty heavily against the bulkheads, he warned me in his faint, breathless wheeze to be more careful. "What's the matter?" I asked rather roughly, not relishing to be admonished by this forlorn, broken down ghost. Nothing, sir," he protested so hastily that he lost his poor breath again, and I felt sorry for him. "Only the captain and his missus are sleeping on board. She's a lady that mustn't be disturbed. They came about 8:30, and we had a permit to have lights in the cabin till 10 to-night." This struck me as a considerable piece of news. I had never been in a ship where the captain had his wife with him. I'd heard fellows say that captains' wives could work a lot of mischief on board ship if they happened to take a dislike to anyone, especially the new wives if young and pretty. The old and experienced wives, on the other hand, fancied they knew more about the ship than the skipper himself, and had an eye like a hawk's for what went on. They were like an extra chief mate of a particularly sharp and unfeeling sort, who made his report in the evening. The best of them were a nuisance. In the general opinion a skipper with his wife on board was more difficult to please, but whether to show off his authority before an admiring female, or from loving anxiety for her safety, or simply from irritation at her presence, nobody I ever heard on the subject could tell for certain. After I had bundled in my things somehow, I struck a match and had a dazzling glimpse of my berth. Then I pitched the roll of my bedding into the bunk, but took no trouble to spread it out. I wasn't sleepy now, neither was I tired, and the thought that I was done with the earth for many, many months to come made me feel very quiet and self-contained, as it were. Sailors will understand what I mean. Marlow nodded. "It is a strictly professional feeling," he commented, "but other professions or trades know nothing of it. It is only this calling whose primary appeal lies in the suggestion of restless adventure which holds out that deep sensation to those who embrace it. It is difficult to define, I admit." "I should call it the peace of the sea," said Mr. Charles Powell in an earnest tone, but looking at us as though he expected to be met by a laugh of derision, and were half prepared to salve his reputation for common sense by joining in it. But neither of us laughed at Mr. Charles Powell, in whose start in life we had been called to take a part. He was lucky in his audience. "A very good name," said Marlow, looking at him approvingly. "A sailor finds a deep feeling of security in the exercise of his calling. The exacting life of the sea has this advantage over the life of the earth, that its claims are simple and cannot be evaded." "Gospel truth," asserted Mr. Powell. "No, they cannot be evaded." That an excellent understanding should have established itself between my old friend and our new acquaintance was remarkable enough, for they were exactly dissimilar, one individuality projecting itself in length and the other in breadth, which is already a sufficient grounds for irreconcilable differences. Marlow, who was lanky, loose, quietly composed in varied shades of brown, robbed of every vestige of gloss, had a narrow veiled glance, the neutral bearing and the secret irritability which go together with a predisposition to congestion of the liver. The other, compact, broad and sturdy of limb, seemed extremely full of sound organs functioning vigorously all the time in order to keep up the brilliance of his colouring, the light curl of his coal black hair and the lustre of his eyes, which asserted themselves roundly in an open manly face. Between two such organisms one would not have expected to find the slightest temperamental accord. But I have observed that profane men living in ships, like the holy men gathered together in monasteries, develop traits of profound resemblance. This must be because the service of the sea and the service of a temple are both detached from the vanities and errors of a world which follows no severe rule. The men of the sea understand each other very well in their view of earthly things, for simplicity is a good counsellor and isolation not a bad educator. A turn of mind composed of innocence and scepticism is common to them all, with the addition of an unexpected insight into motives. As of disinterested lookers on at a game, Mr. Powell took me aside to say, "I like the things he says." "You understand each other pretty well," I observed. "I know his sort," said Powell, going to the window to look at his cutter still riding to the flood. "He's the sort that's always chasing some notion or other round and round his head just for the fun of the thing." "Keeps them in good condition," I said. "Lively enough, I dare say," he admitted. "Would you like better a man who let his notions lie curled up?" "That I wouldn't," answered our new acquaintance. Clearly he was not difficult to get on with. "I like him very well," he continued, "though it isn't easy to make him out. He seems to be up to a thing or two. What's he doing?" I informed him that our friend Marlow had retired from the sea in a sort of half-hearted fashion some years ago. Mr. Powell's comment was, "Fancied had enough of it?" "Fancied's the very word to use in this connection," I observed, remembering the subtly provisional character of Marlow's long sojourn amongst us. From year to year he dwelt on land as a bird rests on the branch of a tree, so tense with the power of brusque flight into its true element that it is incomprehensible why it should sit still minute after minute. The sea is the sailor's true element, and Marlow, lingering on shore, was to me an object of incredulous commiseration, like a bird, which secretly should have lost its faith in the high virtue of flying. End of chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Chance by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Fynes and the Girl Friend. We were on our feet in the room by then, and Marlowe, brown and deliberate, approached the window where Mr. Powell and I had retired. "What was the name of your Chance again?" he asked. Mr. Powell stared for a moment. "Oh, the Ferndale, a Liverpool ship. Composite built." "Ferndale," repeated Marlowe thoughtfully. "Ferndale. Know her?" "Our friend," I said, "knows something of every ship. He seems to have gone about the seas prying into things considerably." Marlowe smiled. "I've seen her at least once." "The finest sea boat ever launched," declared Mr. Powell sturdily. "Without exception." "She looked a stout, comfortable ship," assented Marlowe. "Uncommonly comfortable. Not very fast though." "She was fast enough for any reasonable man, when I was in her," growled Mr. Powell, with his back to us. "Any ship is that for a reasonable man," generalized Marlowe in a conciliatory tone. "A sailor isn't a globe trotter." "No," muttered Mr. Powell. "Time's nothing to him," advanced Marlowe. "I don't suppose it's much," said Mr. Powell. "All the same, a quick passage is a feather in a man's cap." "True, but that ornament is for the use of the master only. And by, what was his name? The master of the Ferndale?" "Anthony. Captain Anthony." "Just so. Quite right," approved Marlowe thoughtfully. Our new acquaintance looked over his shoulder. "What do you mean? Why is it more right than if it had been Brown?" "He has known him probably," I explained. "Marlowe here appears to know something of every soul that ever went afloat in a sailor's body." Mr. Powell seemed wonderfully amenable to a verbal suggestion for looking again out of the window. He muttered, "He was a good soul." This clearly referred to Captain Anthony of the Ferndale. Marlowe addressed his protest to me. "I did not know him. I really didn't. He was a good soul. That's nothing very much out of the way, is it? And I didn't even know that much of him. All I knew of him was an accident called Fyne." At this Powell, who evidently could be rebellious too, turned his back squarely on the window. "What on earth do you mean?" he asked. "An accident called Fyne," he repeated, separating the words with emphasis. Marlowe was not disconcerted. "I don't mean accident in the sense of a mishap. Not in the least. Fyne was a good little man in the civil service. By accident I mean that which happens blindly and without intelligent design. That's generally the way a brother in law happens into a man's life." Marlowe's tone being apologetic and our new acquaintance having again turned to the window, I took it upon myself to say: "You are justified. There is very little intelligent design in the majority of marriages. But they are none the worse for that. Intelligence leads people astray as far as passion sometimes. I know you are not a cynic." Marlowe smiled his retrospective smile, which was kind as though he bore no grudge against people he used to know. Little Fyne's marriage was quite successful. There was no design at all in it. Fyne, you must know, was an enthusiastic pedestrian. He spent his holidays tramping all over our native land. His tastes were simple. He put infinite conviction and perseverance into his holidays. At the proper season you would meet in the fields Fyne, a serious faced, broad chested little man with a shabby knapsack on his back, making for some church steeple. He had a horror of roads. He wrote once a little book called The Tramp's Itinerary, and was recognized as an authority on the footpaths of England. So one year, in his favourite over the fields, back way fashion, he entered a pretty Surrey village where he met Miss Anthony. Pure accident, you see. They came to an understanding, across some stile, most likely. Little Fyne held very solemn views as to the destiny of women on this earth, the nature of our sublunary love, the obligations of this transient life, and so on. He probably disclosed them to his future wife. Miss Anthony's views of life were very decided too, but in a different way. I don't know the story of their wooing. I imagine it was carried on clandestinely, and I am certain with portentous gravity, at the back of copses, behind hedges. Why was it carried on clandestinely, I inquired. Because of the lady's father. He was a savage sentimentalist who had his own decided views of his paternal prerogatives. He was a terror. But the only evidence of imaginative faculty about Fyne was his pride in his wife's parentage. It stimulated his ingenuity too. Difficult, is it not, to introduce one's wife's maiden name into general conversation? But my simple Fyne made use of Captain Anthony for that purpose, or else I would never have heard of the man. My wife's sailor brother was the phrase. He trotted out the sailor brother in a pretty wide range of subjects: Indian and colonial affairs, matters of trade, talk of travels, of seaside holidays, and so on. Once I remember my wife's sailor brother Captain Anthony being produced in connection with nothing less recondite than a sunset, and little Fyne never failed to add, the son of Carleton Anthony, the poet, you know. He used to lower his voice for that statement, and people were impressed, or pretended to be. The late Carleton Anthony, the poet, sang in his time of the domestic and social amenities of our age with a most felicitous versification, his object being, in his own words, to glorify the result of 6,000 years' evolution towards the refinement of thought, manners, and feelings. Why he fixed the term at 6,000 years I don't know. His poems read like sentimental novels told in verse of a really superior quality. You felt as if you were being taken out for a delightful country drive by a charming lady in a pony carriage. But in his domestic life that same Carleton Anthony showed traces of the primitive cave dweller's temperament. He was a massive, implacable man with a handsome face, arbitrary and exacting with his dependents, but marvellously suave in his manner to admiring strangers. These contrasted displays must have been particularly exasperating to his long suffering family. After his second wife's death, his boy, whom he persisted by a mere whim in educating at home, ran away in a conventional style and, as if disgusted with the amenities of civilization, threw himself, figuratively speaking, into the sea. The daughter, the elder of the two children, either from compassion or because women are naturally more enduring, remained in bondage to the poet for several years, till she too seized a chance of escape by throwing herself into the arms, the muscular arms, of the pedestrian Fyne. This was either great luck or great sagacity. A civil servant is, I should imagine, the last human being in the world to preserve those traits of the cave dweller from which she was fleeing. Her father would never consent to see her after the marriage. Such unforgiving selfishness is difficult to understand unless as a perverse sort of refinement. There were also doubts as to Carleton Anthony's complete sanity for some considerable time before he died. Most of the above I elicited from Marlow, for all I knew of Carleton Anthony was his unexciting but fascinating verse. Marlow assured me that the Fyne marriage was perfectly successful and even happy in an earnest, unplayful fashion, being blessed besides by 3 healthy, active, self-reliant children, all girls. They were all pedestrians too. Even the youngest would wander away for miles if not restrained. Mrs. Fyne had a ruddy out of doors complexion and wore blouses with a starched front like a man's shirt, a stand up collar and a long necktie. Marlow had made their acquaintance one summer in the country where they were accustomed to take a cottage for the holidays. At this point we were interrupted by Mr. Powell, who declared that he must leave us. The tide was on the turn, he announced, coming away from the window abruptly. He wanted to be on board his cutter before she swung, and of course he would sleep on board. Never slept away from the cutter while on a cruise. He was gone in a moment, unceremoniously, but giving us no offence and leaving behind an impression as though we had known him for a long time. The ingenuous way he had told us of his start in life had something to do with putting him on that footing with us. I gave no thought to seeing him again. Marlow expressed a confident hope of coming across him before long. He cruises about the mouth of the river all the summer. He will be easy to find any week end, he remarked, ringing the bell so that we might settle up with the waiter. Later on I asked Marlow why he wished to cultivate this chance acquaintance. He confessed apologetically that it was the commonest sort of curiosity. I flatter myself that I understand all sorts of curiosity. Curiosity about daily facts, about daily things, about daily men. It is the most respectable faculty of the human mind. In fact, I cannot conceive the uses of an incurious mind. It would be like a chamber perpetually locked up. But in this particular case Mr. Powell seems to have given us already a complete insight into his personality, such as it was. A personality capable of perception and with a feeling for the vagaries of fate, but essentially simple in itself. Marlow agreed with me so far. He explained, however, that his curiosity was not excited by Mr. Powell exclusively. It originated a good way further back in the fact of his accidental acquaintance with the Fynes in the country. This chance meeting with a man who had sailed with Captain Anthony had revived it. It had revived it to some purpose. To such purpose that to me too was given the knowledge of its origin and of its nature. It was given to me in several stages, at intervals which are not indicated here. On this first occasion I remarked to Marlow with some surprise: "But if I remember rightly you said you didn't know Captain Anthony." "No, I never saw the man. It's years ago now, but I seem to hear solemn little Fyne's deep voice announcing the approaching visit of his wife's brother, the son of the poet, you know." He had just arrived in London from a long voyage and, directly his occupations permitted, was coming down to stay with his relatives for a few weeks. No doubt we two should find many things to talk about by ourselves in reference to our common calling, added little Fyne portentously in his grave undertones, as if the Mercantile Marine were a secret society. You must understand that I cultivated the Fynes only in the country, in their holiday time. This was the third year. Of their existence in town I knew no more than may be inferred from analogy. I played chess with Fyne in the late afternoon and sometimes came over to the cottage early enough to have tea with the whole family at a big round table. They sat about it, an unsmiling, sunburnt company of very few words indeed. Even the children were silent and as if contemptuous of each other and of their elders. Fyne muttered sometimes deep down in his chest some insignificant remark. Mrs. Fyne smiled mechanically (she had splendid teeth) while distributing tea and bread and butter, a something which was not coldness nor yet indifference but but a sort of peculiar self-possession gave her the appearance of a very trustworthy, very capable and excellent governess. As if Fyne were a widower and the children not her own but only entrusted to her calm, efficient, unemotional care. One expected her to address Fyne as Mr. When she called him John it surprised one like a shocking familiarity. The atmosphere of that holiday was, if I may put it so, brightly dull. Healthy faces, fair complexions, clear eyes and never a frank smile in the whole lot, unless perhaps from a girl friend. The girl friend problem exercised me greatly. How and where the Fynes got all these pretty creatures to come and stay with them I can't imagine. I had at first the wild suspicion that they were obtained to amuse Fyne, but I soon discovered that he could hardly tell one from the other, though obviously their presence met with his solemn approval. These girls in fact came for Mrs. Fyne. They treated her with admiring deference. She answered to some need of theirs. They sat at her feet. They were like disciples. It was very curious. Of Fyne they took but scanty notice. As to myself I was made to feel that I did not exist. After tea we would sit down to chess, and then Fyne's everlasting gravity became faintly tinged by an attenuated gleam of something inward which resembled sly satisfaction. Of the divine frivolity of laughter he was only capable over a chess board. Certain positions of the game struck him as humorous which nothing else on earth could do. "He used to beat you," I asserted with confidence. "Yes, he used to beat me," Marlow owned up hastily. So he and Fyne played 2 games after tea. The children romped together outside, gravely, unplayfully, as one would expect from Fyne's children. And Mrs. Fyne would be gone to the bottom of the garden with the girl friend of the week. She always walked off directly after tea with her arm round the girl friend's waist. Marlow said that there was only one girl friend with whom he had conversed at all. It had happened quite unexpectedly, long after he had given up all hope of getting into touch with these reserved girl friends. One day he saw a woman walking about on the edge of a high quarry, which rose a sheer 100 feet at least from the road winding up the hill out of which it had been excavated. He shouted warningly to her from below, where he happened to be passing. She was really in considerable danger. At the sound of his voice she started back and retreated out of his sight amongst some young Scotch firs growing near the very brink of the precipice. "I sat down on a bank of grass," Marlow went on. "She had given me a turn. The hem of her skirt seemed to float over that awful sheer drop. She was so close to the edge. An absurd thing to do. A perfectly mad trick for no conceivable object. I was reflecting on the foolhardiness of the average girl and remembering some other instances of the kind when she came into view walking down the steep curve of the road. She had Mrs. Fyne's walking stick and was escorted by the Fyne dog. Her dead white face struck me with astonishment so that I forgot to raise my hat. I just sat and stared. The dog, a vivacious and amiable animal which for some inscrutable reason had bestowed his friendship on my unworthy self, rushed up the bank demonstratively and insinuated himself under my arm. The girl friend (it was one of them) went past some way as though she had not seen me, then stopped and called the dog to her several times. But he only nestled closer to my side, and when I tried to push him away developed that remarkable power of internal resistance by which a dog makes himself practically immovable by anything short of a kick. She looked over her shoulder and her arched eyebrows frowned above her blanched face. It was almost a scowl. Then the expression changed. She looked unhappy. "Come here," she cried once more in an angry and distressed tone. I took off my hat at last, but the dog hanging out his tongue with that cheerfully imbecile expression some dogs know so well how to put on when it suits their purpose, pretended to be deaf. She cried from the distance desperately: "Perhaps you will take him to the cottage then. I can't wait." "I won't be responsible for that dog," I protested, getting down the bank and advancing towards her. She looked very hurt, apparently by the desertion of the dog. "But if you let me walk with you he will follow us all right," I suggested. She moved on without answering me. The dog launched himself suddenly full speed down the road, receding from us in a small cloud of dust. It vanished in the distance, and presently we came up with him lying on the grass. He panted in the shade of the hedge with shining eyes but pretended not to see us. We had not exchanged a word so far. The girl by my side gave him a scornful glance in passing. "He offered to come with me," she remarked bitterly. "And then abandoned you," I sympathized. "It looks very unchivalrous. But that's merely his want of tact. I believe he meant to protest against your reckless proceedings. What made you come so near the edge of that quarry? The earth might have given way. Haven't you noticed a smashed fir tree at the bottom? Tumbled over only the other morning after a night's rain. I don't see why I shouldn't be as reckless as I please." I was nettled by her brusque manner of asserting her folly, and I told her that neither I, as far as that went, in a tone which almost suggested that she was welcome to break her neck for all I cared. This was considerably more than I meant, but I don't like rude girls. I had been introduced to her only the day before at the round tea table, and she had barely acknowledged the introduction. I had not caught her name, but I had noticed her fine arched eyebrows which, so the physiognomists say, are a sign of courage. I examined her appearance quietly. Her hair was nearly black, her eyes blue, deeply shaded by long dark eyelashes. She had a little colour now. She looked straight before her. The corner of her lip on my side drooped a little. Her chin was fine, somewhat pointed. I went on to say that some regard for others should stand in the way of one's playing with danger. I urged playfully the distress of the poor Fynes in case of accident, if nothing else. I told her that she did not know the bucolic mind. Had she given occasion for a coroner's inquest, the verdict would have been suicide, with the implication of unhappy love. They would never be able to understand that she had taken the trouble to climb over 2 post and rail fences only for the fun of being reckless. Indeed, even as I talked chaffingly I was greatly struck myself by the fact. She retorted that once one was dead, what horrid people thought of one did not matter. It was said with infinite contempt, but something like a suppressed quaver in the voice made me look at her again. I perceived then that her thick eyelashes were wet. This surprising discovery silenced me as you may guess. She looked unhappy, and I don't know how to say it well, it suited her. The clouded brow, the pained mouth, the vague, fixed glance. A victim. And this characteristic aspect made her attractive. An individual touch, you know. The dog had run on ahead and now gazed at us by the side of Fyne's garden gate in a tense attitude and wagging his stumpy tail very, very slowly with an air of concentrated attention. The girl friend of the Fynes bolted violently through the aforesaid gate and into the cottage, leaving me on the road, astounded. A couple of hours afterwards I returned to the cottage for chess as usual. I saw neither the girl nor Mrs. Fyne then. We had our two games, and on parting I warned Fyne that I was called to town on business and might be away for some time. He regretted it very much. His brother in law was expected next day, but he didn't know whether he was a chess player. Captain Anthony, the son of the poet, you know, was of a retiring disposition, shy with strangers, unused to society, and very much devoted to his calling, Fyne explained. All the time they had been married he could be induced only once before to come and stay with them for a few days. He had had a rather unhappy boyhood, and it made him a silent man. But no doubt, concluded Fyne, as if dealing portentously with a mystery, we two sailors should find much to say to one another. This point was never settled. I was detained in town from week to week till it seemed hardly worth while to go back. But as I had kept on my rooms in the farmhouse I concluded to go down again for a few days. It was late, deep dusk, when I got out at our little country station. My eyes fell on the unmistakable broad back and the muscular legs in cycling stockings of the little Fyne. He passed along the carriages rapidly toward the rear of the train, which presently pulled out and left him solitary at the end of the rustic platform. When he came back to where I waited I perceived that he was much perturbed, so perturbed as to forget the convention of the usual greetings. He only exclaimed "Oh!" on recognizing me, and stopped irresolute. When I asked him if he had been expecting somebody by that train he didn't seem to know. He stammered disconnectedly. I looked hard at him. To all appearances he was perfectly sober. Moreover, to suspect Fyne of a lapse from the proprieties high or low, great or small, was absurd. He was also a too serious and deliberate person to go mad suddenly. But as he seemed to have forgotten that he had a tongue in his head I concluded I would leave him to his mystery. To my surprise he followed me out of the station and kept by my side, though I did not encourage him. I did not, however, repulse his attempts at conversation. He was no longer expecting me, he said. He had given me up. The weather had been uniformly fine, and so on. I gathered also that the son of the poet had curtailed his stay somewhat and gone back to his ship the day before. That information touched me but little. Believing in heredity in moderation, I knew well how sea life fashions a man outwardly and stamps his soul with the mark of a certain prosaic fitness, because a sailor is not an adventurer. I expressed no regret at missing Captain Anthony, and we proceeded in silence till on approaching the holiday cottage Fyne suddenly and unexpectedly broke it by the hurried declaration that he would go on with me a little farther. "Go with you to your door," he mumbled and started forward to the little gate where the shadowy figure of Mrs. Fyne hovered, clearly on the look out for him. She was alone. The children must have been already in bed, and I saw no attending girl friend shadow near her vague but unmistakable form, half lost in the obscurity of the little garden. I heard Fyne exclaim "Nothing!" and then Mrs. Fyne's well trained responsible voice uttered the words "It's what I have said," with incisive equanimity. By that time I had passed on, raising my hat. Almost at once Fyne caught me up and slowed down to my strolling gait, which must have been infinitely irksome to his high pedestrian faculties. I am sure that all his muscular person must have suffered from awful physical boredom. But he did not attempt to charm it away by conversation. He preserved a portentous and dreary silence, and I was bored too. Suddenly I perceived the menace of even worse boredom. Yes, he was so silent because he had something to tell me. I became extremely frightened. But man, reckless animal, is so made that in him curiosity, the paltriest curiosity, will overcome all terrors, every disgust and even despair itself. To my laconic invitation to come in for a drink he answered by a deep, gravely accented "Thanks, I will," as though it were a response in church. His face as seen in the lamplight gave me no clue to the character of the impending communication, as indeed from the nature of things it couldn't do, its normal expression being already that of the utmost possible seriousness. It was perfect and immovable, and for a certainty if he had something excruciatingly funny to tell me it would be all the same. He gazed at me earnestly and delivered himself of some weighty remarks on Mrs. Fyne's desire to befriend, counsel and guide young girls of all sorts on the path of life. It was a voluntary mission. He approved his wife's action and also her views and principles in general. All this with a solemn countenance and in deep measured tones. Yet somehow I got an irresistible conviction that he was exasperated by something in particular. In the unworthy hope of being amused by the misfortunes of a fellow creature I asked him point blank what was wrong now. What was wrong was that a girl friend was missing. She had been missing precisely since 6 o'clock that morning. The woman who did the work of the cottage saw her going out at that hour for a walk. The pedestrian Fyne's ideas of a walk were extensive, but the girl did not turn up for lunch, nor yet for tea, nor yet for dinner. She had not turned up by footpath, road or rail. He had been reluctant to make inquiries. It would have set all the village talking. The Fynes had expected her to reappear every moment, till the shades of the night and the silence of the slumber had stolen gradually over the wide and peaceful rural landscape commanded by the cottage. After telling me that much Fyne sat helpless in unconclusive agony. Going to bed was out of the question. Neither could any steps be taken just then. What to do with himself he did not know. I asked him if this was the same young lady I saw a day or two before I went to town. He really could not remember. Was she a girl with dark hair and blue eyes? I asked further. He really couldn't tell what colour her eyes were. He was very unobservant except as to the peculiarities of footpaths on which he was an authority. I thought with amazement and some admiration that Mrs. Fyne's young disciples were to her husband's gravity no more than evanescent shadows. However, with but little hesitation Fyne ventured to affirm that, yes, her hair was of some dark shade. "We had a good deal to do with that girl, first and last," he explained solemnly. Then getting up as if moved by a spring he snatched his cap off the table. "She may be back in the cottage," he cried in his bass voice. I followed him out on the road. It was one of those dewy, clear, starry nights, oppressing our spirit, crushing our pride, by the brilliant evidence of the awful loneliness, of the hopeless obscure insignificance of our globe lost in the splendid revelation of a glittering soulless universe. I hate such skies. Daylight is friendly to man toiling under a sun which warms his heart. The cloudy soft nights are more kindly to our littleness. I nearly ran back again to my lighted parlour. Fyne fussing in a knickerbocker suit before the hosts of heaven on a shadowy earth about a transient, phantom-like girl seemed too ridiculous to associate with. On the other hand, there was something fascinating in the very absurdity. He cut along in his best pedestrian style, and I found myself let in for a spell of severe exercise at 11 o'clock at night. In the distance over the fields and trees, smudging and blotching the vast obscurity, one lighted window of the cottage with the blind up was like a bright beacon kept alight to guide the lost wanderer. Inside, at the table bearing the lamp, we saw Mrs. Fyne sitting with folded arms and not a hair of her head out of place. She looked exactly like a governess who had put the children to bed, and her manner to me was just the neutral manner of a governess, to her husband too for that matter. Fyne told her that I was fully informed. Not a muscle of her ruddy, smooth, handsome face moved. She had schooled herself into that sort of thing. Having seen two successive wives of the delicate poet chivied and worried into their graves, she had adopted that cool, detached manner to meet her gifted father's outbreaks of selfish temper. It had now become a second nature. I suppose she was always like that, even in the very hour of elopement with Fyne. That transaction, when one remembered it in her presence, acquired a quaintly marvellous aspect to one's imagination. But somehow her self-possession matched very well little Fyne's invariable solemnity. I was rather sorry for him. Wasn't he worried? The agony of solemnity. At the same time I was amused. I didn't take a gloomy view of that vanishing girl trick. Somehow I couldn't. But I said nothing. None of us said anything. We sat about that big round table as if assembled for a conference and looked at each other in a sort of fatuous consternation. I would have ended by laughing outright if I had not been saved from that impropriety by poor Fyne becoming preposterous. He began with grave anguish to talk of going to the police in the morning, of printing descriptive bills, of setting people to drag the ponds for miles around. It was extremely gruesome. I murmured something about communicating with the young lady's relatives. It seemed to me a very natural suggestion, but Fyne and his wife exchanged such a significant glance that I felt as though I had made a tactless remark. But I really wanted to help poor Fyne, and as I could see that manlike he suffered from the present inability to act, the passive waiting, I said: "Nothing of this can be done till to morrow, but as you have given me an insight into the nature of your thoughts I can tell you what may be done at once. We may go and look at the bottom of the old quarry which is on the level of the road about a mile from here." The couple made big eyes at this, and then I told them of my meeting with the girl. You may be surprised, but I assure you I had not perceived this aspect of it till that very moment. It was like a startling revelation. The past throwing a sinister light on the future. Fyne opened his mouth gravely and as gravely shut it. Nothing more. Mrs. Fyne said, "You had better go," with an air as if her self-possession had been pricked with a pin in some secret place. And you know how stupid I can be at times. I perceived with dismay for the first time that by pandering to Fyne's morbid fancies I had let myself in for some more severe exercise. And wasn't I sorry I spoke? You know how I hate walking, at least on solid rural earth, for I can walk a ship's deck a whole foggy night through, if necessary, and think little of it. There is some satisfaction, too, in playing the vagabond in the streets of a big town till the sky pales above the ridges of the roof. I have done that repeatedly for pleasure, of a sort. But to tramp the slumbering countryside in the dark is for me a wearisome nightmare of exertion. With perfect detachment Mrs. Fyne watched me go out after her husband. That woman was flint. The fresh night had a smell of soil, of turned up sods like a grave, an association particularly odious to a sailor by its idea of confinement and narrowness. Yes, even when he has given up the hope of being buried at sea. About the last hope a sailor gives up consciously, after he has been, as it does happen, decoyed by some chance into the toils of the land. A strong, grave-like sniff. The ditch by the side of the road must have been freshly dug in front of the cottage. Once clear of the garden, Fyne gathered way like a racing cutter. What was a mile to him, or 20 miles? You think he might have gone shrinkingly on such an errand, but not a bit of it. The force of pedestrian genius, I suppose. I raced by his side in a mood of profound self-derision and infinitely vexed with that minx, because, dead or alive, I thought of her as a minx. I smiled incredulously at Marlow's ferocity, but Marlow, pausing with a whimsically retrospective air, never flinched. "Yes, yes, even dead. And now you are shocked. You see, you are such a chivalrous masculine beggar. But there is enough of the woman in my nature to free my judgment of women from glamorous reticency. And then why should I upset myself? A woman is not necessarily either a doll or an angel to me. She is a human being very much like myself, and I have come across too many dead souls lying, so to speak, at the foot of high unscalable places for a merely possible dead body at the bottom of a quarry to strike my sincerity dumb. The cliff-like face of the quarry looked forbiddingly impressive. I will admit that Fyne and I hung back for a moment before we made a plunge off the road into the bushes growing in a broad space at the foot of the towering limestone wall. These bushes were heavy with dew. There were also concealed mud holes in there. We crept and tumbled and felt about with our hands along the ground. We got wet, scratched and plastered with mire all over our nether garments. Fyne fell suddenly into a strange cavity, probably a disused lime kiln. His voice, uplifted in grave distress, sounded more than usually rich, solemn and profound. This was the comic relief of an absurdly dramatic situation. While hauling him out I permitted myself to laugh aloud at last. Fyne of course didn't. I need not tell you that we found nothing after a most conscientious search. Fyne even pushed his way into a decaying shed half buried in dew-soaked vegetation. He struck matches, several of them too, as if to make absolutely sure that the vanished girl friend of his wife was not hiding here. The short flares illuminated his grave, immovable countenance, while I let myself go completely and laughed in peals. I asked him if he really and truly supposed that any sane girl would go and hide in that shed, and if so, why? Disdainful of my mirth, he merely muttered his basso profundo thankfulness that we had not found her anywhere about there. Having grown extremely sensitive, an effect of irritation, to the tonalities, I may say, of this affair, I felt that it was only an imperfect, reserved thankfulness with one eye still on the possibilities of the several ponds in the neighbourhood. And I remembered I snorted, I positively snorted at that poor Fyne. What really jarred upon me was the rate of his walking. Differences in politics, in ethics and even in aesthetics need not arouse angry antagonism. One's opinion may change, one's tastes may alter, in fact they do. One's very conception of virtue is at the mercy of some felicitous temptation which may be sprung on one any day. All these things are perpetually on the swing, but a temperamental difference, temperament being immutable, is the parent of hate. That's why religious quarrels are the fiercest of all. My temperament, in matters pertaining to solid land, is the temperament of leisurely movement, of deliberate gait. And there was that little Fyne pounding along the road in a most offensive manner, a man wedded to thick-soled laced boots, whereas my temperament demands thin shoes of the lightest kind. Of course there could never have been question of friendship between us, but under the provocation of having to keep up with his pace I began to dislike him actively. I begged sarcastically to know whether he could tell me if we were engaged in a farce or in a tragedy. I wanted to regulate my feelings which I told him were in an unbecoming state of confusion, but Fyne was as impervious to sarcasm as a turtle. He tramped on and all he did was to ejaculate twice out of his deep chest, vaguely, doubtfully: "I am afraid. I am afraid." This was tragic. The thump of his boots was the only sound in a shadowy world. I kept by his side with a comparatively ghostly, silent tread. By a strange illusion the road appeared to run up against a lot of low stars at no very great distance. But as we advanced new stretches of whitey brown ribbon seemed to come up from under the black ground. I observed as we went by the lamp in my parlour in the farmhouse still burning. But it did not leave Fyne to run in and put it out. The impetus of his pedestrian excellence carried me past in his wake before I could make up my mind. "Tell me, Fyne," I cried, "you don't think the girl was mad, do you?" He answered nothing. Soon the lighted beacon like window of the cottage came into view. Then Fyne uttered a solemn "Certainly not," with profound assurance. But immediately afterward he added: "Very highly strung young person indeed," which unsettled me again. Was it a tragedy? "Nobody ever got up at 6 o'clock in the morning to commit suicide," I declared crustily. "It's unheard of. This is a farce." As a matter of fact it was neither farce nor tragedy. Coming up to the cottage we had a view of Mrs. Fyne inside, still sitting in the strong light at the round table with folded arms. It looked as though she had not moved her very head by as much as an inch since we went away. She was amazing in a sort of unsubtle way. Crudely amazing, I thought. Why crudely? I don't know. Perhaps because I saw her then in a crude light. I mean this materially, in the light of an unshaded lamp. Our mental conclusions depend so much on momentary physical sensations, don't they? If the lamp had been shaded I should perhaps have gone home after expressing politely my concern at the Fynes' unpleasant predicament. Losing a girl friend in that manner is unpleasant. It is also mysterious. So mysterious that a certain mystery attaches to the people to whom such a thing does happen. Moreover I had never really understood the Fynes. He with his solemnity which extended to the very eating of bread and butter. She with that air of detachment and resolution in breasting the commonplace current of their unexciting life in which the cutting of bread and butter appeared to me by a long way the most dangerous episode. Sometimes I amused myself by supposing that to their minds this world of ours must be wearing a perfectly overwhelming aspect and that their heads contained respectively awfully serious and extremely desperate thoughts, and trying to imagine what an exciting time they must be having of it in the inscrutable depths of their being. This last was difficult to a volatile person. I am sure that to the Fynes I was a volatile person, and the amusement in itself was not very great, but still, in the country, away from all mental stimulants, my efforts had invested them with a sort of amusing profundity. But when Fyne and I got back into the room, then in the searching domestic glare of the lamp, inimical to the play of fancy, I saw these two stripped of every vesture it had amused me to put on them for fun. Queer enough they were. Is there a human being that isn't that? More or less secretly. But whatever their secret, it was manifest to me that it was neither subtle nor profound. They were a good, stupid, earnest couple and very much bothered. They were that, with the usual unshaded crudity of average people. There was nothing in them that the lamplight might not touch without the slightest risk of indiscretion. Directly we had entered the room Fyne announced the result by saying nothing in the same tone as at the gate on his return from the railway station. And as then Mrs. Fyne uttered an incisive "It's what I've said," which might have been the veriest echo of her words in the garden. We three looked at each other as if on the brink of a disclosure. I don't know whether she was vexed at my presence. It could hardly be called intrusion could it? Little Fyne began it. It had to go on. We stood before her plastered with the same mud. Fyne was a sight. Scratched by the same brambles, conscious of the same experience. Yes, before her. And she looked at us with folded arms, with an extraordinary fullness of assumed responsibility. I addressed her. "You don't believe in an accident, Mrs. Fyne, do you?" She shook her head in curt negation while, caked in mud and inexpressibly serious faced, Fyne seemed to be backing her up with all the weight of his solemn presence. Nothing more absurd could be conceived. It was delicious. And I went on in deferential accents. "Am I to understand then that you entertain the theory of suicide?" I don't know that I am liable to fits of delirium, but by a sudden and alarming aberration while waiting for her answer I became mentally aware of three trained dogs dancing on their hind legs. I don't know why. Perhaps because of the pervading solemnity. There's nothing more solemn on earth than a dance of trained dogs. She has chosen to disappear. That's all. In these words Mrs. Fyne answered me. The aggressive tone was too much for my endurance. In an instant I found myself out of the dance and down on all fours, so to speak, with liberty to bark and bite. "The devil she has!" I cried. "Has chosen to. Like this. All at once. Anyhow, regardless. I've had the privilege of meeting that reckless and brusque young lady, and I must say that with her air of an angry victim." "Precisely," Mrs. Fyne said very unexpectedly, like a steel trap going off. I stared at her. How provoking she was. So I went on to finish my tirade. She struck me at first sight as the most inconsiderate, wrong-headed girl that I ever. Why should a girl be more considerate than anyone else? Why than any man, for instance?" inquired Mrs. Fyne with a still greater assertion of responsibility in her bearing. Of course I exclaimed at this, not very loudly it is true, but forcibly. Were then the feelings of friends, relations and even of strangers to be disregarded? I asked Mrs. Fyne if she did not think it was a sort of duty to show elementary consideration not only for the natural feelings but even for the prejudices of one's fellow creatures. Her answer knocked me over. Not for a woman. Just like that. I confess that I went down flat. And while in that collapsed state I learned the true nature of Mrs. Fyne's feminist doctrine. It was not political, it was not social, it was a knock me down doctrine, a practical individualistic doctrine. You would not thank me for expounding it to you at large. Indeed I think she herself did not enlighten me fully. There must have been things not fit for a man to hear, but shortly, and as far as my bewilderment allowed me to grasp its naïve atrociousness, it was something like this, that no consideration, no delicacy, no tenderness, no scruples should stand in the way of a woman who by the mere fact of her sex was the predestined victim of conditions created by men's selfish passions, their vices and their abominable tyranny, from taking the shortest cut towards securing for herself the easiest possible existence. She had even the right to go out of existence without considering anyone's feelings or convenience, since some women's existences were made impossible by the short-sighted baseness of men. I looked at her sitting before the lamp at 1 o'clock in the morning with a mature, smooth cheeked face of a masculine shape, robbed of its freshness by fatigue, at her eyes dimmed by this senseless vigil. I looked also at Fyne. The mud was drying on him. He was obviously tired, the weariness of solemnity, but he preserved an unflinching, endorsing gravity of expression, endorsing it all as became a good, convinced husband. "Oh, I see," I said. "No consideration. Well, I hope you like it." They amused me beyond the wildest imaginings of which I was capable. After the first shock, you understand, I recovered very quickly. The order of the world was safe enough. He was a civil servant and she his good and faithful wife. But when it comes to dealing with human beings anything may be expected. So even my astonishment did not last very long. How far she developed and illustrated that conscienceless and austere doctrine to the girl friends, who were mere transient shadows to her husband, I could not tell. Any length I supposed, and he looked on, acquiesced, approved, just for that very reason, because these pretty girls were but shadows to him. Oh, most virtuous Fyne! He cast his eyes down. He didn't like it. But I eyed him with hidden animosity, for he had got me to run after him under somewhat false pretences. Mrs. Fyne had only smiled at me very expressively, very self confidently. "Oh, I quite understand that you accept the fullest responsibility," I said. "I am the only ridiculous person in this I don't know what to call it performance. However, I've nothing more to do here, so I'll say good night or good morning, for it must be past 1." But before departing, in common decency, I offered to take any wires they might write. My lodgings were nearer the post office than the cottage, and I would send them off the first thing in the morning. I supposed they would wish to communicate, if only as to the disposal of the luggage, with the young lady's relatives. Fyne, he looked rather downcast by then, thanked me and declined. "There is really no one," he said very grave. "No one!" I exclaimed. "Practically," said curt Mrs. Fyne. And my curiosity was aroused again. "Ah! I see. An orphan." Mrs. Fyne looked away weary and sombre, and Fyne said "Yes" impulsively, and then qualified the affirmative by the quaint statement "to a certain extent." I became conscious of a languid, exhausted embarrassment, bowed to Mrs. Fyne and went out of the cottage, to be confronted outside its door by the bespangled, cruel revelation of the immensity of the universe. The night was not sufficiently advanced for the stars to have paled, and the earth seemed to me more profoundly asleep, perhaps because I was alone now. Not having Fyne with me to set the pace, I let myself drift rather than walk in the direction of the farmhouse. To drift is the only reposeful sort of motion. Ask any ship if it isn't, and therefore consistent with thoughtfulness. And I pondered: how is one an orphan to a certain extent? No amount of solemnity could make such a statement other than bizarre. What a strange condition to be in. Very likely one of the parents only was dead? But no, it couldn't be, since Fyne had said just before that there was really no one to communicate with. No one. And then remembering Mrs. Fyne's snappy "practically," my thoughts fastened upon that lady as a more tangible object of speculation. I wondered, and wondering I doubted, whether she really understood herself the theory she had propounded to me. Everything may be said, indeed ought to be said, providing we know how to say it. She probably did not. She was not intelligent enough for that. She had no knowledge of the world. She had got hold of words as a child might get hold of some poisonous pills and play with them for dear tiny little marbles. No, the domestic slave daughter of Carleon Anthony and the little Fyne of the Civil Service, that flower of civilization, were not intelligent people. They were commonplace, earnest, without smiles and without guile. But he had his solemnities and she had her reveries, her lurid, violent, crude reveries. And I thought with some sadness that all these revolts and indignations, all these protests, revulsions of feeling, pangs of suffering and of rage, expressed but the uneasiness of sensual beings trying for their share in the joys of form, colour, sensations, the only riches of our world of senses. A poet may be a simple being, but he is bound to be various and full of wiles, ingenious and irritable. I reflected on the variety of ways the ingenuity of the late bard of civilization would be able to invent for the tormenting of his dependants. Poets not being generally foresighted in practical affairs, no vision of consequences would restrain him. Yes, the Fynes were excellent people, but Mrs. Fyne wasn't the daughter of a domestic tyrant for nothing. There were no limits to her revolt. But they were excellent people. It was clear that they must have been extremely good to that girl whose position in the world seemed somewhat difficult, with her face of a victim, her obvious lack of resignation, and the bizarre status of orphan to a certain extent. Such were my thoughts, but in truth I soon ceased to trouble about all these people. I found that my lamp had gone out, leaving behind an awful smell. I fled from it up the stairs and went to bed in the dark. My slumbers, I suppose the one good in pedestrian exercise, confound it, is that it helps our natural callousness. My slumbers were deep, dreamless and refreshing. My appetite at breakfast was not affected by my ignorance of the facts, motives, events and conclusions. I think that to understand everything is not good for the intellect. A well stocked intelligence weakens the impulse to action. An overstocked one leads gently to idiocy. But Mrs. Fyne's individualist woman doctrine, naively unscrupulous, flitted through my mind. The salad of unprincipled notions she put into these girl friends' heads. Good, innocent creature, worthy wife, excellent mother of the strict governess type, she was as guileless of consequences as any determinist philosopher ever was. As to honour, you know, it's a very fine mediaeval inheritance which women never got hold of. It wasn't theirs. Since it may be laid as a general principle that women always get what they want, we must suppose they didn't want it. In addition they are devoid of decency. I mean masculine decency. Cautiousness too is foreign to them. The heavy reasonable cautiousness which is our glory. And if they had it they would make of it a thing of passion, so that its own mother, I mean the mother of cautiousness, wouldn't recognize it. Prudence with them is a matter of thrill like the rest of sublunary contrivances. Sensation at any cost is their secret device. All the virtues are not enough for them. They want also all the crimes for their own. And why? Because in such completeness there is power, the kind of thrill they love most. "Do you expect me to agree to all this?" I interrupted. "No, it isn't necessary," said Marlow, feeling the check to his eloquence but with a great effort at amiability. "You need not even understand it. I continue, with such disposition, what prevents women, to use the phrase of an old boatswain of my acquaintance, applied descriptively to his captain, what prevents them from coming on deck and playing hell with the ship generally is that something in them, precise and mysterious, acting both as restraint and as inspiration, their femininity in short, which they think they can get rid of by trying hard, but can't and never will. Therefore we may conclude that for all their enterprises the world is and remains safe enough. Feeling in my character of a lover of peace soothed by that conclusion, I prepared myself to enjoy a fine day. And it was a fine day, a delicious day, with the horror of the infinite veiled by the splendid tent of blue. A day innocently bright like a child with a washed face, fresh like an innocent young girl, suave in welcoming one's respects like a Roman prelate. I love such days. They are perfection for remaining indoors. And I enjoyed it temperamentally in a chair, my feet up on the sill of the open window, a book in my hands and the murmured harmonies of wind and sun in my heart making an accompaniment to the rhythms of my author. Then looking up from the page I saw outside a pair of grey eyes thatched by ragged yellowy white eyebrows gazing at me solemnly over the toes of my slippers. There was a grave furrowed brow surmounting that portentous gaze, a brown tweed cap set far back on the perspiring head. "Come inside," I cried as heartily as my sinking heart would permit. After a short but severe scuffle with his dog at the outer door, Fyne entered. I treated him without ceremony and only waved my hands towards a chair. Even before he sat down he gasped out: "We've heard. Midday post." Gasped out. The grave, immovable Fyne of the Civil Service gasped. This was enough, you'll admit, to cause me to put my feet to the ground swiftly. That fellow was always making me do things in subtle discord with my meditative temperament. No wonder that I had but a qualified liking for him. I said with just a suspicion of jeering tone: "Of course I told you last night on the road that it was a farce we were engaged in." He made the little parlour resound to its foundations with a note of anger positively sepulchral in its depth of tone. Farce be hanged, she has bolted with my wife's brother, Captain Anthony." This outburst was followed by complete subsidence. He faltered miserably as he added from force of habit, "The son of the poet, you know." A silence fell. Fyne's several expressions were so many examples of varied consistency. This was the discomfiture of solemnity. My interest, of course, was revived. "But hold on," I said. "They didn't go together. Is it a suspicion or does she actually say that she has gone after him?" stated Fyne in comminatory tones. "By previous arrangement. She confesses that much." He added that it was very shocking. I asked him whether he should have preferred them going off together, and on that ground he based that preference. This was sheer fun for me in regard of the fact that Fyne's too was a runaway match, which even got into the papers in its time, because the late indignant poet had no discretion and sought to avenge this outrage publicly in some absurd way before a bewigged judge. The dejected gesture of little Fyne's hand disarmed my mocking mood, but I could not help expressing my surprise that Mrs. Fyne had not detected at once what was brewing. Women were supposed to have an unerring eye. He told me that his wife had been very much engaged in a certain work. I had always wondered how she occupied her time. It was in writing. Like her husband, she too published a little book. Much later on I came upon it. It had nothing to do with pedestrianism. It was a sort of handbook for women with grievances, and all women had them, a sort of compendious theory and practice of feminine free morality. It made you laugh at its transparent simplicity. But that authorship was revealed to me much later. I didn't of course ask Fyne what work his wife was engaged on, but I marvelled to myself at her complete ignorance of the world, of her own sex and of the other kind of sinners. Yet where could she have got any experience? Her father had kept her strictly cloistered. Marriage with Fyne was certainly a change, but only to another kind of claustration. You may tell me that the ordinary powers of observation ought to have been enough. Why yes. But then as she had set up for a guide and teacher there was nothing surprising for me in the discovery that she was blind. That's quite in order. She was a profoundly innocent person, only it would not have been proper to tell her husband so. End of part 1, chapter 2. Part 3 of Chance by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3. Chapter 3. Thrift and the Child. But there was nothing improper in my observing to Fyne that last night Mrs. Fyne seemed to have some idea where that enterprising young lady had gone to. Fyne shook his head. No. His wife had been by no means so certain as she had pretended to be. She merely had her reasons to think, to hope, that the girl might have taken a room somewhere in London, had buried herself in town, in readiness or perhaps in horror of the approaching day. He ceased and sat solemnly dejected in a brown study. "What day?" I asked at last. But he did not hear me apparently. He diffused such portentous gloom into the atmosphere that I lost patience with him. "What on earth are you so dismal about?" I cried, being genuinely surprised and puzzled. "One would think the girl was a state prisoner under your care." And suddenly I became still more surprised at myself, at the way I had somehow taken for granted things which did appear queer when one thought them out. But why this secrecy? Why did they elope? If it is an elopement, was the girl afraid of your wife? And your brother-in-law? What on earth possesses him to make a clandestine match of it? Was he afraid of your wife too?" Fyne made an effort to rouse himself. "Of course my brother-in-law, Captain Anthony, the son of," he checked himself as if trying to break a bad habit, "he would be persuaded by her. We have been most friendly to the girl. She struck me as a foolish and inconsiderate little person. But why should you and your wife take to heart so strongly mere folly, or even a want of consideration?" "It is the most unscrupulous action," declared Fyne weightily, and sighed. "I suppose she is poor," I observed after a short silence. "But after all " "You don't know who she is." Fyne had regained his average solemnity. I confessed that I had not caught her name when his wife had introduced us to each other. It was something beginning with an S, wasn't it? And then with utmost coolness Fyne remarked that it did not matter. The name was not her name. "Do you mean to say that you made a young lady known to me under a false name?" I asked, with the amused feeling that the days of wonders and portents had not passed away yet. That the eminently serious Fynes should do such an exceptional thing was simply staggering. With a more hasty enunciation than usual, little Fyne was sure that I would not demand an apology for this irregularity if I knew what her real name was. A sort of warmth crept into his deep tone. "We have tried to befriend that girl in every way. She is the daughter and only child of de Barral." Evidently he expected to produce a sensation. He kept his eyes fixed upon me, prepared for some sign of it. But I merely returned his intense, awaiting gaze. For a time we stared at each other. Conscious of being reprehensibly dense, I groped in the darkness of my mind. De Barral. And all at once noise and light burst on me, as if a window of my memory had been suddenly flung open on a street in the city. De Barral! But could it be the same? Surely not. "The financier?" I suggested, half incredulous. "Yes," said Fyne. And in this instance his native solemnity of tone seemed to be strangely appropriate. "The convict." Marlow looked at me significantly and remarked in an explanatory tone: "One somehow never thought of de Barral as having any children or any other home than the offices of the Orb, or any other existence, associations or interests than financial. I see you remember the crash." "I was away in the Indian seas at the time," I said. "But of course," Marlow struck in. "All the world. You may wonder at my slowness in recognizing the name. But you know that my memory is merely a mausoleum of proper names. There they lie inanimate, awaiting the magic touch, and not very prompt in arising when called either. The name is the first thing I forget of a man. It is but just to add that frequently it is also the last. And this accounts for my possession of a good many anonymous memories. In de Barral's case, he got put away in my mausoleum in company with so many names of his own creation that really he had to throw off a monstrous heap of grisly bones before he stood before me at the call of the wizard Fyne. The fellow had a pretty fancy in names. The Orb Deposit Bank, the Sceptre Mutual Aid Society, the Thrift and Independence Association. Yes, a very pretty taste in names. And nothing else besides, absolutely nothing. No other merit. Well, yes, he had another name, but that's pure luck. His own name of de Barral, which he did not invent. I don't think that a mere Jones or Brown could have fished out from the depths of the incredible such a colossal manifestation of human folly as that man did. But it may be that I am underestimating the alacrity of human folly in rising to the bait. No doubt I am. The greed of that absurd monster is incalculable, unfathomable, inconceivable. The career of de Barral demonstrates that it will rise to a naked hook. He didn't lure it with a fairy tale. He hadn't enough imagination for it. "Was he a foreigner?" I asked. "It's clearly a French name. I suppose it was his name." "Oh, he didn't invent it. He was born to it in Bethnal Green, as it came out during the proceedings. He was in the habit of alluding to his Scotch connections, but every great man has done that. The mother, I believe, was Scotch right enough. The father, de Barral, whatever his origins, retired from the customs service, tide waiter I think, and started lending money in a very, very small way in the East End to people connected with the docks, stevedores, minor barge owners, ship chandlers, tally clerks, all sorts of very small fry. He made his living at it. He was a very decent man, I believe. He had enough influence to place his son as junior clerk in the account department of one of the dock companies. 'Now, my boy,' he said to him, 'I've given you a fine start.' But de Barral didn't start. He stuck. He gave perfect satisfaction. At the end of 3 years he got a small rise of salary and went out courting in the evenings. He went courting the daughter of an old sea captain who was a churchwarden of his parish and lived in an old badly preserved Georgian house with a garden. One of these houses, standing in a reduced bit of grounds that you discover in a labyrinth of the most sordid streets, exactly alike and composed of 6-room hutches. Some of them were the vicarages of slum parishes. The old sailor had got hold of one cheap, and de Barral got hold of his daughter, which was a good bargain for him. The old sailor was very good to the young couple and very fond of their little girl. Mrs. de Barral was an equable, unassuming woman at that time, with a fund of simple gaiety and with no ambitions. But womanlike, she longed for change and for something interesting to happen now and then. It was she who encouraged de Barral to accept the offer of a post in the West End branch of a great bank. It appears he shrank from such a great adventure for a long time. At last his wife's arguments prevailed. Later on she used to say, "It's the only time he ever listened to me, and I wonder now if it hadn't been better for me to die before I ever made him go into that bank." You may be surprised at my knowledge of these details. Well, I had them ultimately from Mrs. Fyne. Mrs. Fyne, while yet Miss Anthony, in her days of bondage, knew Mrs. de Barral in her days of exile. Mrs. de Barral was living then in a big stone mansion with mullioned windows in a large damp park called the Priory, adjoining the village where the refined poet had built himself a house. These were the days of de Barral's success. He had bought the place without ever seeing it, and had packed off his wife and child at once, there to take possession. He did not know what to do with them in London. He himself had a suite of rooms in a hotel. He gave their dinner parties followed by cards in the evening. He had developed the gambling passion, or else a mere card mania, but at any rate he played heavily for relaxation with a lot of dubious hangers on. Meantime Mrs. de Barral, expecting him every day, lived at the Priory with a carriage and pair, a governess for the child and many servants. The village people would see her through the railings wandering under the trees with her little girl, lost in her strange surroundings. Nobody ever came near her, and there she died as some faithful and delicate animals die, from neglect. Absolutely from neglect, rather unexpectedly and without any fuss. The village was sorry for her because, though obviously worried about something, she was good to the poor and was always ready for a chat with any of the humble folks. Of course they knew that she wasn't a lady, not what you would call a real lady, and even her acquaintance with Miss Anthony was only a cottage door, a village street acquaintance. Carleton Anthony was a tremendous aristocrat. His father had been a restoring architect, and his daughter was not allowed to associate with anyone but the county young ladies. Nevertheless, in defiance of the poet's wrathful concern for undefiled refinement, there were some quiet, melancholy strolls to and fro in the great avenue of chestnuts leading to the park gate, during which Mrs. de Barral came to call Miss Anthony "my dear," and even "my poor dear." The lonely soul had no one to talk to but that not very happy girl. The governess despised her. The housekeeper was distant in her manner. Moreover, Mrs. de Barral was no foolish gossiping woman, but she made some confidences to Miss Anthony. Such wealth was a terrific thing to have thrust upon one, she affirmed. Once she went so far as to confess that she was dying with anxiety. Mr. de Barral, so she referred to him, had been an excellent husband and an exemplary father, but, you see, my dear, I have had a great experience of him. I am sure he won't know what to do with all that money people are giving to him to take care of for them. He's as likely as not to do something rash. When he comes here I must have a good long serious talk with him, like the talks we often used to have together in the good old times of our life. And then one day a cry of anguish was wrung from her. My dear, he will never come here. He will never, never come. She was wrong. He came to the funeral, was extremely cut up, and holding the child tightly by the hand, wept bitterly at the side of the grave. Miss Anthony, at the cost of a whole week of sneers and abuse from the poet, saw it all with her own eyes. De Barral clung to the child like a drowning man. He managed, though, to catch the 5:30 fast train travelling to town alone in a reserved compartment with all the blinds down. "Leaving the child?" I asked interrogatively. "Yes, leaving." He shirked the problem. He was born that way. He had no idea what to do with her, or, for that matter, with anything or anybody including himself. He bolted back to his suite of rooms in the hotel. He was the most helpless. She might have been left in the Priory to the end of time had not the high-toned governess threatened to send in her resignation. She didn't care for the child a bit, and the lonely, gloomy Priory had got on her nerves. She wasn't going to put up with such a life, and, having just come out of some ducal family, she bullied de Barral in a very lofty fashion. To pacify her he took a splendidly furnished house in the most expensive part of Brighton for them, and now and then ran down for a week end with a trunk full of exquisite sweets and with his hat full of money. The governess spent it for him in exact ducal style. She was nearly 40 and harboured a secret taste for patronizing young men of a certain sort. But of that Mrs. Fyne, of course, had no personal knowledge then. She told me, however, that even in the Priory days She had suspected her of being an artificial, heartless, vulgar-minded woman with the lowest possible ideals. But de Barral did not know it. He literally did not know anything. "But tell me, Marlow," I interrupted, "how do you account for this opinion? He must have been a personality in a sense, in some one sense surely. You don't work the greatest material havoc of a decade at least, in a commercial community without having something in you." Marlow shook his head. "He was a mere sign, a portent. There was nothing in him. Just about that time the word thrift was to the fore. You know the power of words. We pass through periods dominated by this or that word. It may be development, or it may be competition, or education, or purity, or efficiency, or even sanctity. It is the word of the time. Well, just then it was the word thrift which was out in the streets, walking arm in arm with righteousness, the inseparable companion and backer up of all such national catchwords, looking everybody in the eye as it were. The very drabs of the pavement, poor things, didn't escape the fascination. However, well, the greatest portion of the press were screeching in all possible tones, like a confounded company of parrots instructed by some devil with a taste for practical jokes, that the financier de Barral was helping the great moral evolution of our character towards the newly discovered virtue of thrift. He was helping it all by these great establishments of his, which made the moral merits of thrift manifest to the most callous hearts, simply by promising to pay 10% interest on all deposits. And you didn't want necessarily to belong to the well-to-do classes in order to participate in the advantages of virtue. If you had but a spare sixpence in the world and went and gave it to de Barral, it was thrift. It's quite likely that he himself believed it. He must have. It's inconceivable that he alone should stand out against the infatuation of the whole world. He hadn't enough intelligence for that. But to look at him one couldn't tell. "You did see him then?" I said with some curiosity. "I did. Strange, isn't it? It was only once, but as I sat with the distressed Fyne, who had suddenly resuscitated his name buried in my memory with other dead labels of the past, I may say I saw him again. I saw him with great vividness of recollection, as he appeared in the days of his glory or splendour. No, neither of these words will fit his success. There was never any glory or splendour about that figure. Well, let us say in the days when he was, according to the majority of the daily press, a financial force working for the improvement of the character of the people. I'll tell you how it came about. At that time I used to know a podgy, wealthy, bald little man having chambers in the Albany. A financier too, in his way, carrying out transactions of an intimate nature and of no moral character, mostly with young men of birth and expectations, though I dare say he didn't withhold his ministrations from elderly plebeians either. He was a true democrat. He would have done business, a sharp kind of business, with the devil himself. Everything was fly that came into his web. He received the applicants in an alert, jovial fashion, which was quite surprising. It gave relief without giving too much confidence, which was just as well perhaps. His business was transacted in an apartment furnished like a drawing room, the walls hung with several brown, heavily framed oil paintings. I don't know if they were good, but they were big, and with their elaborate tarnished gilt frames had a melancholy dignity. The man himself sat at a shining inlaid writing table which looked like a rare piece from a museum of art. His chair had a high oval carved back, upholstered in faded tapestry, and these objects, made of the costly black Havana cigar which he rolled incessantly from the middle to the left corner of his mouth and back again, an inexpressibly cheap and nasty object. I had to see him several times in the interest of a poor devil so unlucky that he didn't even have a more competent friend than myself to speak for him at a very difficult time in his life. I don't know at what hour my private financier began his day, but he used to give one appointments at unheard of times, such as 7:45 in the morning, for instance. On arriving, one found him busy at that marvellous writing table, looking very fresh and alert, exhaling a faint fragrance of scented soap, and with the cigar already well alight. You may believe that I entered on my mission with many unpleasant forebodings. But there was in that fat, admirably washed little man such a profound contempt for mankind that it amounted to a species of good nature, which, unlike the milk of genuine kindness, was never in danger of turning sour. Then, once during a pause in business, while we were waiting for the production of a document for which he had sent, perhaps to the cellar, I happened to remark, glancing round the room, that I had never seen so many fine things assembled together out of a collection. Whether this was unconscious diplomacy on my part or not, I shouldn't like to say, but the remark was true enough, and it pleased him extremely. "It is a collection," he said emphatically. "Only I live right in it, which most collectors don't. But I see that you know what you are looking at. Not many people who come here on business do. Stable fittings are more in their way." I don't know whether my appreciation helped to advance my friend's business, but at any rate it helped our intercourse. He treated me with a shade of familiarity as one of the initiated. The last time I called on him to conclude the transaction we were interrupted by a person, something like a cross between a bookmaker and a private secretary, who, entering through a door which was not the anteroom door, walked up and stooped to whisper in his ear. "Eh? What? Who did you say?" The nondescript person stooped and whispered again, adding a little louder, "Says he won't detain you a moment." My little man glanced at me, said "Ah well," irresolutely. I got up from my chair and offered to come again later. He looked whimsically alarmed. "No, no. It's bad enough to lose my money, but I don't want to waste any more of my time over your friend. We must be done with this to day. Just go and have a look at that garniture de cheminée yonder. There's another, something like it, in the Castle of Lichen, but mine's much superior in design." I moved accordingly to the other side of that big room. The garniture was very fine, but while pretending to examine it I watched my man going forward to meet a tall visitor who said, "I thought you would be disengaged so early. It's only a word or two," and after a whispered confabulation of no more than a minute reconduct him to the door and shake hands ceremoniously. "Not at all, not at all. Very pleased to be of use. You can depend absolutely on my information." "Oh, thank you, thank you. I just looked in." "Certainly. Quite right. Any time. Good morning." I had a good look at the visitor while they were exchanging these civilities. He was clad in black. I remember perfectly that he wore a flat, broad, black satin tie in which was stuck a large cameo pin, and a small turn down collar. His hair, discoloured and silky, curled slightly over his ears. His cheeks were hairless and round and apparently soft. He held himself very upright, walked with small steps and spoke gently in an inward voice. Perhaps from contrast with the magnificent polish of the room and the neatness of its owner, he struck me as dingy, indigent, and if not exactly humble, then much subdued by evil fortune. I wondered greatly at my fat little financier's civility to that dubious personage when he asked me, as we resumed our respective seats, whether I knew who it was that had just gone out. On my shaking my head negatively, he smiled queerly, said "de Barral," and enjoyed my surprise. Then becoming grave, "That's a deep fellow if you like. We all know where he started from and where he got to, but nobody knows what he means to do." He became thoughtful for a moment and added as if speaking to himself, "I wonder what his game is." And you know there was no game of any sort, or shape or kind. It came out plainly at the trial. As I've told you before, he was a clerk in a bank like thousands of others. He got that berth as a second start in life and there he stuck again, giving perfect satisfaction. Then one day, as though a supernatural voice had whispered into his ear or some invisible fly had stung him, he put on his hat, went out into the street and began advertising. That's absolutely all that there was to it. He caught in the street the word of the time and harnessed it to his preposterous chariot. One remembers his first modest advertisements, headed with the magic word thrift, 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 thrice repeated, promising 10% on all deposits and giving the address of the Thrift and Independence Aid Association in Vauxhall Bridge Road. Apparently nothing more was necessary. He didn't even explain what he meant to do with the money he asked the public to pour into his lap. Of course he meant to lend it out at high rates of interest. He did so, but he did it without system, plan, foresight or judgment, and as he frittered away the sums that flowed in he advertised for more and got it. During a period of general business prosperity he set up the Orb Bank and the Sceptre Trust, simply, it seems, for advertising purposes. They were mere names. He was totally unable to organize anything, to promote any sort of enterprise, if it were only for the purpose of juggling with the shares. At that time he could have had for the asking any number of dukes, retired generals, active MPs, ex-ambassadors and so on as directors to sit at the wildest boards of his invention. But he never tried. He had no real imagination. All he could do was to publish more advertisements and open more branch offices of the Thrift and Independence, of the Orb, of the Sceptre, for the receipt of deposits. First in this town, then in that town, north and south. Everywhere where he could find suitable premises at a moderate rent. For this was the great characteristic of the management: modesty, moderation, simplicity. Neither the Orb nor the Sceptre, nor yet their parent the Thrift and Independence, had built for themselves the usual palaces. For this abstention they were praised in silly public prints as illustrating in their management the principle of thrift for which they were founded. The fact is that de Barral simply didn't think of it. Of course he had soon moved from Vauxhall Bridge Road. He knew enough for that. What he got hold of next was an old, enormous, rat-infested brick house in a small street off the Strand. Strangers were taken in front of the meanest possible begrimed, yellowy, flat brick wall with 2 rows of unadorned window holes one above the other, and were exhorted with bated breath to behold and admire the simplicity of the headquarters of the great financial force of the day. The word thrift perched right up on the roof in giant gilt letters, and two enormous shield-like brass plates curved round the corners on each side of the doorway were the only shining spots in de Barral's business outfit. Nobody knew what operations were carried on inside, except this, that if you walked in and tendered your money over the counter, it would be calmly taken from you by somebody who would give you a printed receipt. That and no more. It appears that such knowledge is irresistible. People went in and tendered, and once it was taken from their hands their money was more irretrievably gone from them than if they had thrown it into the sea. This then, and nothing else, was being carried on in there. "Come, Marlow," I said, "you exaggerate surely, if only by your way of putting things. It's too startling." "I exaggerate," he defended himself. "By way of putting things. My dear fellow, I have merely stripped the rags of business verbiage and financial jargon off my statements, and you are startled. I am giving you the naked truth. It's true too that nothing lays itself open to the charge of exaggeration more than the language of naked truth. What comes with a shock is admitted with difficulty. But what will you say to the end of his career?" It was of course sensational and tolerably sudden. It began with the Orb Deposit Bank. Under the name of that institution de Barral, with the frantic obstinacy of an unimaginative man, had been financing an Indian prince who was prosecuting a claim for immense sums of money against the government. It was an enormous number of scores of lakhs, a miserable remnant of his ancestors' treasures, that sort of thing. And it was all authentic enough. There was a real prince, and the claim too was sufficiently real, only unfortunately it was not a valid claim. So the prince lost his case on the last appeal, and the beginning of de Barral's end became manifest to the public in the shape of a half sheet of note paper wafered by the four corners on the closed door of the Orb offices, notifying that payment was stopped at that establishment. Its consort, the Sceptre, collapsed within the week. I won't say in American parlance that suddenly the bottom fell out of the whole of de Barral concerns. There never had been any bottom to it. It was like the cask of Danaides into which the public had been pleased to pour its deposits. That they were gone was clear, and the bankruptcy proceedings which followed were like a sinister farce, bursts of laughter in a setting of mute anguish, that of the depositors, hundreds of thousands of them. The laughter was irresistible, the accompaniment of the bankrupt's public examination. I don't know if it was from utter lack of all imagination, or from the possession, in undue proportion, of a particular kind of it, or from both, and the three alternatives are possible, but it was discovered that this man, who had been raised to such a height by the credulity of the public, was himself more gullible than any of his depositors. He had been the prey of all sorts of swindlers, adventurers, visionaries, and even lunatics. Wrapping himself up in deep and imbecile secrecy, he had gone in for the most fantastic schemes. A harbour and docks on the coast of Patagonia, quarries in Labrador, such like speculations. Fisheries to feed a canning factory on the banks of the Amazon was one of them. A principality to be bought in Madagascar was another. As the grotesque details of these incredible transactions came out one by one, ripples of laughter ran over the closely packed court. each one a little louder than the other. The audience ended by fairly roaring under the cumulative effect of absurdity. The registrar laughed, the barristers laughed, the reporters laughed, the serried ranks of the miserable depositors watching anxiously every word laughed like one man. They laughed hysterically, the poor wretches, on the verge of tears. There was only one person who remained unmoved. It was de Barral himself. He preserved his serene, gentle expression, I am told, for I have not witnessed those scenes myself, and looked round at the people with an air of placid sufficiency which was the first hint to the world of the man's overweening, unmeasurable conceit, hidden hitherto under a diffident manner. It could be seen too in his dogged assertion that if he had been given enough time and a lot more money everything would have come right. And there were some people, yes, amongst his very victims, who more than half believed him, even after the criminal prosecution which soon followed. When placed in the dock he lost his steadiness as if some sustaining illusion had gone to pieces within him suddenly. He ceased to be himself in manner completely, and even in disposition, in so far that his faded neutral eyes, matching his discoloured hair so well, were discovered then to be capable of expressing a sort of underhand hate. He was at first defiant, then insolent, then broke down and burst into tears, but it might have been from rage. Then he calmed down, returned to his soft manner of speech and to that unassuming quiet bearing which had been usual with him even in his greatest days. But it seemed as though in this moment of change he had at last perceived what a power he had been, for he remarked to one of the prosecuting counsel, who had assumed a lofty moral tone in questioning him, that yes, he had gambled, he liked cards, but that only a year ago a host of smart people would have been only too pleased to take a hand at cards with him. Yes, he went on, some of the very people who were here accommodated with seats on the bench, and turning upon the counsel, you yourself as well, he cried. He could have had half the town at his rooms to fawn upon him if he had cared for that sort of thing. Why, now I think of it, it took me most of my time to keep people, just of your sort, off me," he ended with a good humoured, quite unobtrusive contempt, as though the fact had dawned upon him for the first time. This was the moment, the only moment, when he had perhaps all the audience in court with him in a hush of dreary silence, and then the dreary proceedings were resumed. For all the outside excitement it was the most dreary of all celebrated trials. The bankruptcy proceedings had exhausted all the laughter there was in it. Only the fact of widespread ruin remained, and the resentment of a mass of people for having been fooled by means too simple to save their self-respect from a deep wound which the cleverness of a consummate scoundrel would not have inflicted. A shamefaced amazement attended these proceedings in which de Barral was not being exposed alone. For himself his only cry was time, time, time would have set everything right. In time some of these speculations of his were certain to have succeeded. He repeated this defence, this excuse, this confession of faith with wearisome iteration. Everything he had done or left undone had been to gain time. He had hypnotized himself with the word. Sometimes, I am told, his appearance was ecstatic. His motionless pale eyes seemed to be gazing down the vista of future ages, time, and of course more money. "Ah, if only you had left me alone for a couple of years more," he cried once in accents of passionate belief. The money was coming in all right. The deposits, you understand, the savings of thrift. Oh yes, they had been coming in to the very last moment. And he regretted them. He had arrived to regard them as his own by a sort of mystical persuasion. And yet it was a perfectly true cry when he turned once more on the counsel who was beginning a question with the words: "You have had all these immense sums," with the indignant retort: "What have I had out of them?" It was perfectly true. He had nothing out of them. Nothing of the prestigious or the desirable things of the earth, craved for by predatory natures. He had gratified no tastes, had known no luxury, he had built no gorgeous palaces, had formed no splendid galleries out of these immense sums. He had not even a home. He had gone into these rooms in a hotel and had stuck there for years, giving no doubt perfect satisfaction to the management. They had twice raised his rent to show, I suppose, their high sense of his distinguished patronage. He had bought for himself out of all the wealth streaming through his fingers neither adulation nor love, neither splendour nor comfort. There was something perfect in his consistent mediocrity. His very vanity seemed to miss the gratification of even the mere show of power. In the days when he was most fully in the public eye the invincible obscurity of his origins clung to him like a shadowy garment. He had handled millions without ever enjoying anything of what is counted as precious in the community of men, because he had neither the brutality of temperament nor the fineness of mind to make him desire them with the will power of a masterful adventurer. "You seem to have studied the man," I observed. "Studied," repeated Marlow thoughtfully. "No, not studied. I had no opportunities. You know that I saw him only on that one occasion I told you of. But it may be that a glimpse and no more is the proper way of seeing an individuality, and de Barral was that, in virtue of his very deficiencies, for they made of him something quite unlike one's preconceived ideas. There were also very few materials accessible to a man like me to form a judgment from. But in such a case I verily believe that a little is as good as a feast, perhaps better. If one has a taste for that kind of thing the merest starting point becomes a coign of vantage, and then by a series of logically deducted verisimilitudes one arrives at truth, or very near the truth, as near as any circumstantial evidence can do. I have not studied de Barral, but that is how I understand him, so far as he could be understood from the din of the crash, the wailing and gnashing of teeth, the newspaper contents bills, the thrift frauds, cross examination of the accused, extra special, blazing fiercely, the charitable appeals for the victims, the grave tones of the dailies rumbling with compassion as if they were the national bowels. All this lasted a whole week of industrious sittings. A pressman whom I knew told me, "He's an idiot," which was possible. Before that I overheard once somebody declaring that he had a criminal type of face, which I knew was untrue. The sentence was pronounced by artificial light in a stifling poisonous atmosphere. Something edifying was said by the judge weightily about the retribution overtaking the perpetrator of the most heartless frauds on an unprecedented scale. I don't understand these things much, but it appears that he had juggled with accounts, cooked balance sheets, had gathered in deposits months after he ought to have known himself to be hopelessly insolvent, and done enough of other things highly reprehensible in the eyes of the law to earn for himself 7 years' penal servitude. The sentence making its way outside met with a good reception. A small mob composed mainly of people who themselves did not look particularly clever and scrupulous, leavened by a slight sprinkling of genuine pickpockets, amused itself by cheering in the most penetrating, abominable, cold drizzle that I remember. I happened to be passing there on my way from the East End, where I had spent my day about the docks with an old chum who was looking after the fitting out of a new ship. I am always eager, when allowed, to call on a new ship. They interest me like charming young persons. I got mixed up in that crowd, seething with an animosity as senseless as things of the street always are. And it was while I was laboriously making my way out of it that the pressman of whom I spoke was jostled against me. He did me the justice to be surprised. "What! You here? The last person in the world. If I had known I could have got you inside. Plenty of room. Interest been over for the last 3 days. Got 7 years. Well, I'm glad." "Why are you glad? Because he got 7 years?" I asked, greatly incommoded by the pressure of a hulking fellow who was remarking to some of his equally oppressive friends that the beggar ought to have been poleaxed. I don't know whether he had ever confided his savings to de Barral, but if so, judging from his appearance, they must have been the proceeds of some successful burglary. The pressman by my side said no to my question. He was glad because it was all over. He had suffered greatly from the heat and the bad air of the court. The clammy raw chill of the streets seemed to affect his liver instantly. He became contemptuous and irritable, and plied his elbows viciously, making way for himself and me. A dull affair this. All such cases are dull. No really dramatic moments. The bookkeeping of the Orb and all the rest of them was certainly a burlesque revelation, but the public did not care for revelations of that kind. "Dull dog, that de Barral," he grumbled. He could not or would not take the trouble to characterize for me the appearance of that man, now officially a criminal. We had gone across the road for a drink, but told me with a sourly derisive snigger that after the sentence had been pronounced the fellow clung to the dock long enough to make a sort of protest. "You haven't given me time. If I had been given time I would have ended by being made a peer like some of them." And he had permitted himself his very first and last gesture in all these days, raising a hard clenched fist above his head. The pressman disapproved of that manifestation. It was not his business to understand it. Is it ever the business of any pressman to understand anything? I guess not. It would lead him too far away from the actualities which are the daily bread of the public mind. He probably thought the display worth very little from a picturesque point of view. The weak voice, the colourless personality, as incapable of an attitude as a bedpost, the very fatuity of the clenched hand so ineffectual at that time and place. No, it wasn't worth much. And then for him, an accomplished craftsman in his trade, thinking was distinctly bad business. His business was to write a readable account. But I who had nothing to write, I permitted myself to use my mind as we sat before our still untouched glasses. And the disclosure which so often rewards a moment of detachment from mere visual impressions gave me a thrill very much approaching a shudder. I seemed to understand that with the shock of the agonies and perplexities of his trial, the imagination of that man, whose moods, notions and motives wore frequently an air of grotesque mystery, that his imagination had been at last roused into activity. And this was awful. Just try to enter into the feelings of a man whose imagination wakes up at the very moment he is about to enter the tomb. "You must not think," went on Marlow after a pause, "that on that morning with Fyne I went consciously in my mind over all this, let us call it information. No, better say, this fund of knowledge which I had, or rather which existed, in me in regard to de Barral. Information is something one goes out to seek and puts away when found, as you might do a piece of lead, ponderous, useful, unvibrating, dull. Whereas knowledge comes to one, this sort of knowledge, a chance acquisition preserving in its repose a fine resonant quality. But as such distinctions touch upon the transcendental, I shall spare you the pain of listening to them. There are limits to my cruelty. No, I didn't reckon up carefully in my mind all this I have been telling you. How could I have done so, with Fyne right there in the room? He sat perfectly still, statuesque, in homely fashion, after having delivered himself of this effective assent. Yes, the convict and I, far from indulging in a reminiscent excursion into the past, remained sufficiently in the present to muse in a vague, absent-minded way on the respectable proportions and on the, upon the whole, comely shape of his great pedestrian's calves, for he had thrown one leg over his knee, carelessly to conceal the trouble of his mind by an air of ease. But all the same the knowledge was in me, the awakened resonance of which I spoke just now. I was aware of it on that beautiful day, so fresh, so warm and friendly, so accomplished, an exquisite courtesy of the much abused English climate when it makes up its meteorological mind to behave like a perfect gentleman. Of course the English climate is never a rough. It suffers from spleen somewhat frequently, but that is gentlemanly too, and I don't mind going to meet him in that mood. He has his days of grey, veiled, polite melancholy in which he is very fascinating. How seldom he lapses into a blustering manner, after all. And then it is mostly in a season when, appropriately enough, one may go out and kill something. But his fine days are the best for stopping at home, to read, to think, to muse, even to dream. In fact, to live fully, intensely and quietly, in the brightness of comprehension, in that receptive glow of the mind, the gift of the clear, luminous and serene weather. That day I had intended to live intensely and quietly, basking in the weather's glory, which would have lent enchantment to the most unpromising of intellectual prospects. For a companion I had found a book, not bemused with the cleverness of the day, a fine weather book, simple and sincere, like the talk of an unselfish friend. But looking at little Fyne seated in the room I understood that nothing would come of my contemplative aspirations, that in one way or another I should be let in for some form of severe exercise. Walking it would be, I feared, since for me that idea was inseparably associated with a visual impression of Fyne. Where, why, how, a rapid striding rush could be brought in helpful relation to the good Fyne's present trouble and perplexity I could not imagine, except on the principle that senseless pedestrianism was Fyne's panacea for all the ills and evils bodily and spiritual, of the universe. It could be of no use for me to say or do anything. It was bound to come. Contemplating his muscular limb encased in a golf stocking and under the strong impression of the information he had just imparted, I said wondering, rather irrationally: "And so de Barral had a wife and child? That girl's his daughter. And how—" Fyne interrupted me by stating again earnestly, as though it was something not easy to believe, that his wife and himself had tried to befriend the girl in every way. Indeed they had. I did not doubt him for a moment, of course. But my wonder at this was more rational. At that hour of the morning, you mustn't forget, I knew nothing as yet of Mrs. Fyne's contact, it was hardly more, with de Barral's wife and child during their exile at the Priory, in the culminating days of that man's fame. Fyne, who had come over, it was clear, solely to talk to me on the subject, gave me the first hint of this initial, merely out of doors connection. "The girl was quite a child then," he continued. "Later on she was removed out of Mrs. Fyne's reach in charge of a governess. A very unsatisfactory person," he explained. "His wife had then met him, and on her marriage she lost sight of the child completely. But after the birth of Polly was the third Fyne girl, she did not get on very well and went to Brighton for some months to recover her strength, and there one day in the street, the child (she wore her hair down her back still) recognized her outside a shop and rushed, actually rushed, into Mrs. Fyne's arms. Rather touching this, and so disregarding the cold impertinence of that governess, his wife naturally responded." He was solemnly fragmentary. I broke in with the observation that it must have been before the crash. Fyne nodded with deepened gravity, stating in his bass tone: "Just before," and indulged himself with a weighty period of solemn silence. "De Barral," he resumed suddenly, "was not coming to Brighton for week ends regularly then. Must have been conscious already of the approaching disaster. Mrs. Fyne avoided being drawn into making his acquaintance, and this suited the views of the governor's person, very jealous of any outside influence. But in any case it would not have been an easy matter. Extraordinary, stiff backed, thin figure all in black, the observed of all, while walking hand in hand with the girl. Apparently shy but," and here Fyne came very near showing something like insight, "probably nursing under a diffident manner a considerable amount of secret arrogance. Mrs. Fyne pitied Flora de Barral's fate long before the catastrophe. Most unfortunate guidance. Very unsatisfactory surroundings. The girl was known in the streets, was stared at in public places as if she had been a sort of princess, but she was kept with a very ominous consistency from making any acquaintances, though of course there were many people no doubt who would have been more than willing to make themselves agreeable to Miss de Barral. But this did not enter into the plans of the governess, an intriguing person, hatching a most sinister plot under her severe air of distant fashionable exclusiveness." Good little Fyne's eyes bulged with solemn horror as he revealed to me in agitated speech his wife's more than suspicions at the time of that Mrs. what's her name's perfidious conduct. She actually seemed to have, Mrs. Fyne asserted, formed a plot already to marry eventually her charge to an impecunious relation of her own, a young man with furtive eyes and something impudent in his manner, whom that woman called her nephew and whom she was always having down to stay with her. End of part 3. Part 4 of Chance by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4. And perhaps not her nephew. No relation at all. Fyne emitted with a convulsive effort this, the most awful part of the suspicions Mrs. Fyne used to impart to him piecemeal when he came down to spend his week ends gravely with her and the children. The Fynes, in their good natured concern for the unlucky child of the man busied in stirring casually so many millions, spent the moments of their weekly reunion in wondering earnestly what could be done to defeat the most wicked of conspiracies, trying to invent some tactful line of conduct in such extraordinary circumstances. I could see them, simple and scrupulous, worrying honestly about that unprotected big girl, while looking at their own little girls playing on the seashore. Fyne assured me that his wife's rest was disturbed by the great problem of interference. It was very acute of Mrs. Fyne to spot such a deep game, I said, wondering to myself where her acuteness had gone to now, to let her be taken unawares by a game so much simpler and played to the end under her very nose. But then at that time, when her nightly rest was disturbed by the dread of the fate preparing for de Barral's unprotected child, she was not engaged in writing a compendious and ruthless handbook on the theory and practice of life for the use of women with a grievance. She could as yet, before the task of evolving the philosophy of rebellious action had affected her intuitive sharpness, perceive things which were, I suspect, moderately plain. For I am inclined to believe that the woman whom chance had put in command of Flora de Barral's destiny took no very subtle pains to conceal her game. She was conscious of being a complete master of the situation, having once for all established her ascendancy over de Barral. She had taken all her measures against outside observation of her conduct, and I could not help smiling at the thought what a ghastly nuisance the serious innocent Fynes must have been to her. How exasperated she must have been by that couple falling into Brighton as completely unforeseen as a bolt from the blue, if not so prompt. How she must have hated them. But I conclude she would have carried out whatever plan she might have formed. I can imagine de Barral accustomed for years to defer to her wishes, and either through arrogance or shyness or simply because of his unimaginative stupidity, remaining outside the social pale, knowing no one but some card-playing cronies. I can picture him to myself terrified at the prospect of having the care of a marriageable daughter thrust on his hands, forcing on him a complete change of habits and the necessity of another kind of existence which he would not even have known how to begin. It is evident to me that Mrs. What's-her-name would have had her atrocious way with very little trouble, even if the excellent Fynes had been able to do something. She would simply have bullied de Barral in a lofty style. There's nothing more subservient than an arrogant man when his arrogance has once been broken in some particular instance. However, there was no time and no necessity for anyone to do anything. The situation itself vanished in the financial crash, as a building vanishes in an earthquake, here one moment and gone the next with only an ill-omened slight preliminary rumble. Well, to say in a moment is an exaggeration perhaps, but that everything was over in just 24 hours is an exact statement. Fyne was able to tell me all about it, and the phrase that would depict the nature of the change best is an instant and complete destitution. I don't understand these matters very well, but from Fyne's narrative it seemed as if the creditors or the depositors or the competent authorities had got hold in the twinkling of an eye of everything de Barral possessed in the world, down to his watch and chain, the money in his trousers pocket, his spare suits of clothes, and I suppose the cameo pin out of his black satin cravat. Everything. I believe he gave up the very wedding ring of his late wife. The gloomy Priory with its damp park and a couple of farms had been made over to Mrs. de Barral, but when she died without making a will it reverted to him, I imagine. They got that of course, but it was a mere crumb in a Sahara of starvation, a drop in the thirsty ocean. I dare say that not a single soul in the world got the comfort of as much as a recovered threepenny bit out of the estate. Then less than crumbs, less than drops, there were to be grabbed the lease of the big Brighton house, the furniture therein, the carriage and pair, the girl's riding horse, her costly trinkets, down to the heavily gold mounted collar of her pedigree St. Bernard. The dog too went, the most noble looking item in the beggarly assets. What however went first of all, or rather vanished, was nothing in the nature of an asset. It was that plotting governess with the trick of a perfect lady manner, severely conventional, and the soul of a remorseless brigand. When a woman takes to any sort of unlawful man trade there's nothing to beat her in the way of thoroughness. It's true that you will find people who'll tell you that this terrific virulence in breaking through all established things is altogether the fault of men. Such people will ask you with a clever air why the servile wars were always the most fierce, desperate and atrocious of all wars. And you may make such answer as you can, even the eminently feminine one, if you choose, so typical of the women's literal mind. I don't see what this has to do with it. How many arguments have been knocked over, I won't say knocked down, by these few words. For if we men try to put the spaciousness of all experiences into our reasoning and would fain put the infinite itself into our love, it isn't, as some writer has remarked, it isn't women's doing. Oh no, they don't care for these things. That sort of aspiration is not much in their way, and it shall be a funny world, the world of their arranging, where the irrelevant would fantastically step in to take the place of the sober humdrum imaginative. I raised my hand to stop my friend Marlow. "Do you really believe what you said?" I asked, meaning no offence, because with Marlow one never could be sure. "Only on certain days of the year," said Marlow readily with a malicious smile. "To day I have been simply trying to be spacious, and I perceive I've managed to hurt your susceptibilities which are consecrated to women. When you sit alone and silent you are defending in your mind the poor women from attacks which cannot possibly touch them. I wonder what can touch them. But to soothe your uneasiness I will point out again that an irrelevant world would be very amusing if the women take care to make it as charming as they alone can by preserving for us certain well known, well established, I'll almost say hackneyed illusions, without which the average male creature cannot get on. And that condition is very important, for there is nothing more provoking than the irrelevant, when it has ceased to amuse and charm. Then the danger would be of the subjugated masculinity in its exasperation, making some brusque, unguarded movement and accidentally putting its elbow through the fine tissue of the world of which I speak. And that would be fatal to it, for nothing looks more irretrievably deplorable than fine tissue which has been damaged. The women themselves would be the first to become disgusted with their own creation. There was something of women's highly practical sanity and also of their irrelevancy in the conduct of Miss de Barral's amazing governess. It appeared from Fyne's narrative that the day before the first rumble of the cataclysm, the questionable young man arrived unexpectedly in Brighton to stay with his aunt. To all outward appearance everything was going on normally. The fellow went out riding with the girl in the afternoon as he often used to do, a sight which never failed to fill Mrs. Fyne with indignation. Fyne himself was down there with his family for a whole week, and was called to the window to behold the iniquity in its progress and to share in his wife's feelings. There was not even a groom with them, and Mrs. Fyne's distress was so strong at this glimpse of the unlucky girl, all unconscious of her danger riding smilingly by, that Fyne began to consider seriously whether it wasn't their plain duty to interfere at all risks, simply by writing a letter to de Barral. He said to his wife with a solemnity I can easily imagine: "You ought to undertake that task, my dear. You have known his wife after all. That's something at any rate." On the other hand, the fear of exposing Mrs. Fyne to some nasty rebuff worried him exceedingly. Mrs. Fyne, on her side, gave way to despondency. Success seemed impossible. Here was a woman for more than 5 years in charge of the girl and apparently enjoying the complete confidence of the father. What that would be effective could one say, without proofs, without... This Mr. de Barral must be, Mrs. Fyne pronounced, either a very stupid or a downright bad man to neglect his child so. You will notice that, perhaps because of Fyne's solemn view of our transient life, and Mrs. Fyne's natural capacity for responsibility, it had never occurred to them that the simplest way out of the difficulty was to do nothing and dismiss the matter as no concern of theirs, which in a strict worldly sense it certainly was not. But they spent, Fyne told me, a most disturbed afternoon considering the ways and means of dealing with the danger hanging over the head of the girl out for a ride, and no doubt enjoying herself with an abominable scamp. Chapter 4 The Governess. And the best of it was that the danger was all over already. There was no danger any more. The supposed nephew's appearance had a purpose. He had come, full to trembling, with the bigness of his news. There must have been rumours already as to the shaky position of the de Barral's concerns, but only amongst those in the very inmost know. No rumour or echo of rumour had reached the profane in the West End, let alone in the guileless marine suburb of Hove. The Fynes had no suspicion. The governess, playing with cold, distinguished exclusiveness the part of mother to the fabulously wealthy Miss de Barral, had no suspicion. The masters of music, of drawing, of dancing to Miss de Barral had no idea. The minds of her medical man, of her dentist, of the servants in the house, of the tradesmen, proud of having the name of de Barral on their books, were in a state of absolute serenity. Thus that fellow, who had unexpectedly received a most alarming straight tip from somebody in the city, arrived in Brighton at about lunch time with something very much in the nature of a deadly bomb in his possession. But he knew better than to throw it on the public pavement. He ate his lunch impenetrably, sitting opposite Flora de Barral, and then on some excuse closeted himself with the woman whom little Fyne's charity described, with a slight hesitation of speech, however, as his aunt. What they said to each other in private we can imagine. She came out of her own sitting room with red spots on her cheek bones, which having provoked a question from her beloved charge, were accounted for by a curt "I have a headache coming on." But we may be certain that the talk being over she must have said to that young blackguard, "You had better take her out for a ride as usual." We have proof positive of this in Fyne and Mrs. Fyne observing them mount at the door and pass under the windows of their sitting room talking together, and the poor girl all smiles, because she enjoyed in all innocence the company of Charley. She made no secret of it whatever to Mrs. Fyne. In fact she had confided to her long before that she liked him very much, a confidence which had filled Mrs. Fyne with desolation and that sense of powerless anguish which is experienced in certain kinds of nightmare. For how could she warn the girl? She did venture to tell her once that she didn't like Mr. Charley. Miss de Barral heard her with astonishment. How was it possible not to like Charley? Afterwards, with naïve loyalty, she told Mrs. Fyne that, immensely as she was fond of her, she could not hear a word against Charley, the wonderful Charley. The daughter of de Barral probably enjoyed her jolly ride with the jolly Charley, infinitely more jolly than going out with a stupid old riding master, very much indeed, because the Fynes saw them coming back at a later hour than usual. In fact it was getting nearly dark. On dismounting, helped off by the delightful Charley, she patted the neck of her horse and went up the steps. Her last ride. She was then within a few days of her 16th birthday, a slight figure in a riding habit, rather shorter than the average height for her age, in a black bowler hat, from under which her fine rippling dark hair cut square at the ends was hanging well down her back. The delightful Charley mounted again to take the two horses round to the mews. Mrs. Fyne, remaining at the window, saw the house door close on Miss de Barral returning from her last ride. And meantime what had the governess, out of a nobleman's family, so judiciously selected, a lady and connected with well known county people as she said, to direct the studies, guard the health, form the mind, polish the manners, and generally play the perfect mother to that luckless child? What had she been doing? Well, having got rid of her charge by the most natural device possible, which proved her practical sense, she started packing her belongings, an act which showed her clear view of the situation. She had worked methodically, rapidly and well, emptying the drawers, clearing the tables in her special apartment of that big house, with something silently passionate in her thoroughness, taking everything belonging to her and some things of less unquestionable ownership, a jewelled penholder, an ivory and gold paper knife (the house was full of common costly objects), some chased silver boxes presented by de Barral and other trifles, but the photograph of Flora de Barral with the loving inscription which stood on her writing desk, of the most modern and expensive style in a silver gilt frame, she neglected to take. Having accidentally in the course of the operations knocked it off on the floor, she let it lie there after a downward glance. Thus it, or the frame at least, became, I suppose, part of the assets in the de Barral bankruptcy. At dinner that evening the child found her company dull and brusque. It was uncommonly slow. She could get nothing from her governess but monosyllables, and the jolly Charley actually snubbed the various cheery openings of his little chum, as he used to call her at times, but not at that time. No doubt the couple were nervous and preoccupied. For all this we have evidence, and for the fact that Flora being offended with the delightful nephew of her profoundly respected governess sulked through the rest of the evening and was glad to retire early. Mrs. I've really forgotten her name, the governess, invited her nephew to her sitting room, mentioning aloud that it was to talk over some family matters. This was meant for Flora to hear, and she heard it without the slightest interest. In fact, there was nothing sufficiently unusual in such an invitation to arouse in her mind even a passing wonder. She went bored to bed, and being tired with her long ride, slept soundly at night. Her last sleep, I won't say of innocence, that word would not render my exact meaning because it has a special meaning of its own, but I will say of that ignorance, or better still of that unconsciousness of the world's ways, the unconsciousness of danger, of pain, of humiliation, of bitterness, of falsehood, an unconsciousness which in the case of other things like herself is removed by a gradual process of experience and information, often only partial at that, with saving reserves, softening doubts, veiling theories. Her unconsciousness of the evil which lives in the secret thoughts and therefore in the open acts of mankind, whenever it happens that evil thought meets evil courage. Her unconsciousness was to be broken into with profane violence, with desecrating circumstances, like a temple violated by a mad vengeful impiety. Yes, that very young girl, almost no more than a child, this was what was going to happen to her. And if you ask me how, wherefore, for what reason, I will answer you, why, by chance. By the merest chance, as things do happen, lucky and unlucky, terrible or tender, important or unimportant. And even things which are neither, things so completely neutral in character that they would wonder why they do happen at all, if you didn't know that they too carry in their insignificance the seeds of further incalculable chances. Of course all the chances were that de Barral should have fallen upon a perfectly harmless, naive, usual, inefficient specimen of respectable governess for his daughter, or on a commonplace, silly adventuress who would have tried, say, to marry him or work some sort of common mischief in a small way. Or again he might have chanced on a model of all the virtues, or the repository of all knowledge, or anything equally harmless, conventional and middle class. All calculations were in his favour, but, chance being incalculable, it fell upon an individuality whom it is much easier to define by opprobrious names than to classify in a calm and scientific spirit. But an individuality certainly, and a temperament as well. Rare? No. There is a certain amount of what I would politely call unscrupulousness in all of us. Think, for instance, of the excellent Mrs. Fyne, who herself, and in the bosom of her family, resembled a governess of a conventional type. Only her mental excesses were theoretical, hedged in by so much humane feeling and conventional reserves, that they amounted to no more than mere libertinage of thought. Whereas the other woman, the governess of Flora de Barral, was, as you may have noticed, severely practical, terribly practical. No, hers was not a rare temperament, except in its fierce resentment of repression, a feeling which, like genius or lunacy, is apt to drive people into sudden irrelevancy. Hers was feminine irrelevancy. A male genius, a male ruffian, or even a male lunatic would not have behaved exactly as she did behave. There is a softness in masculine nature, even the most brutal, which acts as a check. While the girl slept, those two, the woman of 40, an age in itself terrible, and that hopeless young wrong 'un of 23, also well connected I believe, had some sort of subdued row in the cleared rooms. Wardrobes open, drawers half pulled out and empty, trunks locked and strapped, furniture in idle disarray, and not so much as a single scrap of paper left behind on the tables. The maid whom the governess and the pupil shared between them, after finishing with Flora, came to the door as usual, but was not admitted. She heard the two voices in dispute before she knocked, and then being sent away retreated at once, the only person in the house convinced at that time that there was something up. Dark and, so to speak, inscrutable spaces being met with in life, there must be such places in any statement dealing with life. In what I am telling you of now, an episode of one of my humdrum holidays in the green country, recalled quite naturally after all the years by our meeting a man who has been a blue water sailor, this evening confabulation is a dark, inscrutable spot. And we may conjecture what we like. I have no difficulty in imagining that woman of 40 and the chief of the enterprise must have raged at large. And perhaps the other did not rage enough. Youth feels deeply, it is true, but it has not the same vivid sense of lost opportunities. It believes in the absolute reality of time. And then in that abominable scamp with his youth already soiled, withered like a plucked flower ready to be flung on some rotting heap of rubbish, no very genuine feeling about anything could exist, not even about the hazards of his own unclean existence. A sneering half laugh with some such remark as "We are properly sold and no mistake," would have been enough to make trouble in that way. And then another sneer, "Waste time enough over it too," followed perhaps by the bitter retort from the other party, "You seemed to like it well enough though, playing the fool with that chit of a girl." Something of that sort. Don't you see it, eh? Marlow looked at me with his dark penetrating glance. I was struck by the absolute verisimilitude of this suggestion. But we were always tilting at each other. I saw an opening and pushed my uncandid thrust. "You have a ghastly imagination," I said with a cheerfully sceptical smile. "Well, and if I have," he returned unabashed. "But let me remind you that this situation came to me unasked. I am like a puzzle headed chief mate we had once in the dear old Samarcand when I was a youngster. The fellow went gravely about trying to account to himself, his favourite expression, for a lot of things no one would care to bother one's head about. He was an old idiot, but he was also an accomplished practical seaman. I was quite a boy and he impressed me. I must have caught the disposition from him. "Well, go on with your accounting then," I said, assuming an air of resignation. "That's just it," Marlow fell into his stride at once. "That's just it. Mere disappointed cupidity cannot account for the proceedings of the next morning, proceedings which I shall not describe to you, but which I will tell you of presently, not as a matter of conjecture but of actual fact. Meantime, returning to that evening altercation in deadened tones within the private apartment of Miss de Barral's governess, what if I were to tell you that disappointment had most likely made them touchy with each other, but that perhaps the secret of his careless, railing behaviour was in the thought, springing up within him with an emphatic oath of relief: "Now there's nothing to prevent me from breaking away from that old woman," and that secret of her envenomed rage, not against this miserable and attractive wretch, but against fate, accident and the whole course of human life, concentrating its venom on de Barral and including the innocent girl herself, was in the thought, in the fear crying within her: "Now I have nothing to hold him with." I could refuse Marlow the tribute of a prolonged whistle. "Phew! So you suppose that ..." He waved his hand impatiently. "I don't suppose. It was so. And anyhow, why shouldn't you accept the supposition? Do you look upon governesses as creatures above suspicion or necessarily of moral perfection? I suppose their hearts would not stand looking into much better than other people's. Why shouldn't a governess have passions, all the passions, even that of libertinage, and even ungovernable passions, yet suppressed by the very same means which keep the rest of us in order: early training, necessity, circumstances, fear of consequences, till there comes an age, a time when the restraint of years becomes intolerable and infatuation irresistible." "But if infatuation ..." "Quite possible, I admit," I argued. "How do you account for the nature of the conspiracy?" "You expect a cogency of conduct not usual in women," said Marlow. "The subterfuges of a menaced passion are not to be fathomed. You think it is going on the way it looks, whereas it is capable, for its own ends, of walking backwards into a precipice. When one once acknowledges that she was not a common woman, then all this is easily understood. She was abominable but she was not common. She had suffered in her life, not from its constant inferiority but from constant self repression. A common woman finding herself placed in a commanding position might have formed the design to become the second Mrs. de Barral, which would have been impracticable. De Barral would not have known what to do with a wife. But even if by some impossible chance he had made advances, this governess would have repulsed him with scorn. She had treated him always as an inferior being, with an assured, distant politeness. In her composed, schooled manner she despised and disliked both father and daughter exceedingly. I have a notion that she had always disliked intensely all her charges, including the two ducal, if they were ducal, little girls with whom she had dazzled de Barral. What an odious, ungratified existence it must have been for a woman as avid of all the sensuous emotions which life can give as most of her betters. She had seen her youth vanish, her freshness disappear, her hopes die, and now she felt her flaming middle age slipping away from her. No wonder that with her admirably dressed, abundant hair, thickly sprinkled with white threads and adding to her elegant aspect the piquant distinction of a powdered coiffure. No wonder, I say, that she clung desperately to her last infatuation for that graceless young scamp, even to the extent of hatching for him that amazing plot. He was not so far gone in degradation as to make him utterly hopeless for such an attempt. She hoped to keep him straight with that enormous bribe. She was clearly a woman uncommon enough to live without illusions, which, of course, does not mean that she was reasonable. She had said to herself, perhaps with a fury of self-contempt, "In a few years I shall be too old for anybody. Meantime I shall have him, and I shall hold him by throwing to him the money of that ordinary silly little girl of no account." Well, it was a desperate expedient, but she thought it worth while. And besides, there is hardly a woman in the world, no matter how hard, depraved or frantic, in whom something of the maternal instinct does not survive, unconsumed like a salamander in the fires of the most abandoned passion. Yes, there might have been that sentiment for him too. There was, no doubt. So I say again, no wonder. No wonder that she raged at everything, and perhaps even at him, with contradictory reproaches for regretting the girl, a little fool who would never in her life be worth anybody's attention, and for taking the disaster itself with a cynical levity in which she perceived a flavour of revolt. And so the altercation in the night went on, over the irremediable. He arguing what's the hurry? Why clear out like this? Perhaps a little sorry for the girl, and as usual without a penny in his pocket, appreciating the comfortable quarters, wishing to linger on as long as possible in the shameless enjoyment of this already doomed luxury. There was really no hurry for a few days, always time enough to vanish, and with that a touch of masculine softness, a sort of regard for appearances surviving his degradation. "You might behave decently at the last, Eliza." But there was no softness in the sallow face under the gala effect of powdered hair, its formal calmness gone, the dark ringed eyes glaring at him with a sort of hunger. "No, no. If it is as you say, then not a day, not an hour, not a moment." She stuck to it, very determined that there should be no more of that boy and girl philandering, since the object of it was gone, angry with herself for having suffered from it so much in the past, furious at its having been all in vain. But she was reasonable enough not to quarrel with him finally. What was the good? She found means to placate him, the only means. As long as there was some money to be got she had hold of him. "Now go away. We shall do no good by any more of this sort of talk. I want to be alone for a bit." He went away, sulkily acquiescent. There was a room always kept ready for him on the same floor at the further end of a short thickly carpeted passage. How she passed the night, this woman with no illusions to help her through the hours, which must have been sleepless, I shouldn't like to say. It ended at last, and this strange victim of the de Barral failure, whose name would never be known to the official receiver, came down to breakfast, impenetrable in her everyday perfection. From the very first, somehow, she had accepted the fatal news for true. All her life she had never believed in her luck, with that pessimism of the passionate, who at bottom feel themselves to be the outcasts of a morally restrained universe. But this did not make it any easier, on opening the morning paper feverishly, to see the thing confirmed. Oh yes, it was there. The orb had suspended payment, the first growl of the storm, faint as yet, but to the initiated the forerunner of a deluge. As an item of news it was not indecently displayed. It was not displayed at all in a sense. The serious paper, the only one of the great dailies which had always maintained an attitude of reserve towards the de Barral group of banks, had its manner. Yes, a modest item of news. But there was also, on another page, a special financial article in a hostile tone beginning with the words "We have always feared," and a guarded half column leader opening with the phrase "It is a deplorable sign of the times," what was in effect an austere general rebuke to the absurd infatuations of the investing public. She glanced through these articles, a line here and a line there. No more was necessary to catch beyond doubt the murmur of the oncoming flood. Several slighting references by name to de Barral revived her animosity against the man suddenly, as by the effect of unforeseen moral support. The miserable wretch! "You understand," Marlow interrupted the current of his narrative, "that in order to be consecutive in my relation of this affair I am telling you at once the details which I heard from Mrs. Fyne later in the day, as well as what little Fyne imparted to me with his usual solemnity during that morning call. As you may easily guess the Fynes, in their apartments, had read the news at the same time and, as a matter of fact, in the same august and highly moral newspaper as the governess in the luxurious mansion a few doors down on the opposite side of the street. But they read them with different feelings. They were thunderstruck. Fyne had to explain the full purport of the intelligence to Mrs. Fyne, whose first cry was that of relief. Then that poor child would be safe from these designing, horrid people. Mrs. Fyne did not know what it might mean to be suddenly reduced from riches to absolute penury. Fyne with his masculine imagination was less inclined to rejoice extravagantly at the girl's escape from the moral dangers which had been menacing her defenceless existence. It was a confoundedly big price to pay. What an unfortunate little thing she was. We might be able to do something to comfort that poor child at any rate for the time she is here, said Mrs. Fyne. She felt under a sort of moral obligation not to be indifferent. But no comfort for anyone could be got by rushing out into the street at this early hour. And so, following the advice of Fyne not to act hastily, they both sat down at the window and stared feelingly at the great house, awful to their eyes in its stolid, prosperous, expensive respectability, with ruin absolutely standing at the door. By that time, or very soon after, all Brighton had the information and formed a more or less just appreciation of its gravity. The butler in Miss de Barral's big house had seen the news, perhaps earlier than anybody within a mile of the parade, in the course of his morning duties, of which one was to dry the freshly delivered paper before the fire, an occasion to glance at it which no intelligent man could have neglected. He communicated to the rest of the household his vaguely forcible impression that something had gone damnably wrong with the affairs of her father in London. This brought an atmosphere of constraint through the house, which Flora de Barral, coming down somewhat later than usual, could not help noticing in her own way. Everybody seemed to stare so stupidly somehow. She feared a dull day. In the dining room the governess in her place, a newspaper half concealed under the cloth on her lap, After a few words exchanged with lips that seemed hardly to move, remaining motionless, her eyes fixed before her in an enduring silence, and presently Charley coming down in, to whom she did not even give a glance. He hardly said good morning, though he had a half-hearted try to smile at the girl, and sitting opposite her with his eyes on his plate and slight quivers passing along the line of his clean-shaven jaw, he too had nothing to say. It was dull, horribly dull, to begin one's day like this, but she knew what it was. These never-ending family affairs. It was not for the first time that she had suffered from their depressing after-effects on these two. It was a shame that the delightful Charley should be made dull by these stupid talks, and it was perfectly stupid of him to let himself be upset like this by his aunt. When after a period of still, as if calculating immobility, her governess got up abruptly and went out with the paper in her hand, almost immediately afterwards followed by Charley, who left his breakfast half eaten, the girl was positively relieved. They would have it out that morning whatever it was, and be themselves again in the afternoon. At least Charley would be. To the moods of her governess she did not attach so much importance. For the first time that morning the Fynes saw the front door of the awful house open and the objectionable young man issue forth, his rascality visible to their prejudiced eyes in his very bowler hat and in the smart cut of his short fawn overcoat. He walked away rapidly like a man hurrying to catch a train, glancing from side to side as though he were carrying something off. Could he be departing for good? Undoubtedly, undoubtedly. But Mrs. Fyne's fervent thank goodness turned out to be a bit, as the Americans, some Americans, say, previous. In a very short time the odious fellow appeared again, strolling, absolutely strolling back, his hat now tilted a little on one side, with an air of leisure and satisfaction. Mrs. Fyne groaned not only in the spirit at this sight but in the flesh, audibly, and asked her husband what it might mean. Fyne naturally couldn't say. Mrs. Fyne believed that there was something horrid in progress, and meantime the object of her detestation had gone up the steps and had knocked at the door, which at once opened to admit him. He had been only as far as the bank. His reason for leaving his breakfast unfinished to run after Mr. de Barral's governess was to speak to her in reference to that very errand possessing the utmost possible importance in his eyes. He shrugged his shoulders at the nervousness of her eyes and hands, at the half strangled whisper, "I had to go out, I could hardly contain myself." That was her affair. He was, with a young man's squeamishness, rather sick of her ferocity. He did not understand it. Men do not accumulate hate against each other in tiny amounts, treasuring every pinch carefully till it grows at last into a monstrous and explosive hoard. He had run out after her to remind her of the balance at the bank. What about lifting that money without wasting any more time? She had promised him to leave nothing behind. An account opened in her name for the expenses of the establishment in Brighton had been fed by de Barral with deferential lavishness. The governess crossed the wide hall into a little room on the side where she sat down to write the cheque, which he hastened out to go and cash as if it were stolen or a forgery. As observed by the Fynes, his uneasy appearance on leaving the house arose from the fact that his first trouble having been caused by a cheque of doubtful authenticity, the possession of a document of the sort made him unreasonably uncomfortable till this one was safely cashed. And after all, you know it was stealing of an indirect sort, for the money was de Barral's money if the account was in the name of the accomplished lady. At any rate the cheque was cashed. On getting hold of the notes and gold he recovered his jaunty bearing, it being well known that with certain natures the presence of money, even stolen, in the pocket acts as a tonic, or at least as a stimulant. He cocked his hat a little on one side as though he had had a drink or two, which indeed he might have had in reality to celebrate the occasion. The governess had been waiting for his return in the hall, disregarding the side glances of the butler as he went in and out of the dining room clearing away the breakfast things. It was she herself who had opened the door so promptly. "It's all right," he said, touching his breast pocket. And she did not dare, the miserable wretch without illusions, she did not dare ask him to hand it over. They looked at each other in silence. He nodded significantly. "Where is she now?" And she whispered, "Gone into the drawing room. Want to see her again?" with an archly black look, which he acknowledged by a muttered surly "I am damned if I do." "Well, as you want to bolt like this, why don't we go now?" She set her lips with cruel obstinacy and shook her head. She had her idea, her completed plan. At that moment the Fynes, still at the window and watching like a pair of private detectives, saw a man with a long grey beard and jovial face go up the steps helping himself with a thick stick and knock at the door. Who could he be? He was one of Miss de Barral's masters. She had lately taken up painting in water colours, having read in a high class woman's weekly paper that a great many princesses of the European royal houses were cultivating that art. This was the water colour morning, and the teacher, a veteran of many exhibitions, of a venerable and jovial aspect, had turned up with his usual punctuality. He was no great reader of morning papers, and even had he seen the news it is very likely he would not have understood its real purport. At any rate he turned up as the governess expected him to do, and the Fynes saw him pass through the fateful door. He bowed cordially to the lady in charge of Miss de Barral's education, whom he saw in the hall engaged in conversation with a very good looking but somewhat raffish young gentleman. She turned to him graciously. "Flora is already waiting for you in the drawing room." The cultivation of the art said to be patronized by princesses was pursued in the drawing room from considerations of the right kind of light. The governess preceded the master up the stairs and into the room where Miss de Barral was found arrayed in a holland pinafore, also of the right kind for the pursuit of the art, and smilingly expectant. The water colour lesson, enlivened by the jocular conversation of the kindly humorous old man, was always great fun, and she felt she would be compensated for the tiresome beginning of the day. Her governess generally was present at the lesson, but on this occasion she only sat down till the master and pupil had gone to work in earnest, and then, as though she had suddenly remembered some order to give, rose quietly and went out of the room. Once outside, the servants summoned by the passing maid without a bell being rung, and "Quick, quick, let all this luggage be taken down into the hall, and let one of you call a cab." She stood outside the drawing room door on the landing, looking at each piece, trunk, leather cases, portmanteaus being carried past her, her brows knitted, and her aspect so sombre and absorbed that it took some little time for the butler to muster courage enough to speak to her. But he reflected that he was a free born Briton and had his rights. He spoke straight to the point, but in the usual respectful manner. "Beg your pardon, ma'am, but are you going away for good?" He was startled by her tone. Its unexpected, unladylike harshness fell on his trained ear with the disagreeable effect of a false note. "Yes, I am going away, and the best thing for all of you is to go away too, as soon as you like. You can go now, to day, this moment. You had your wages paid you only last week. The longer you stay the greater your loss, but I have nothing to do with it now. You are the servants of Mr. de Barral, you know." The butler was astounded by the manner of this advice, and as his eyes wandered to the drawing room door the governess extended her arm as if to bar the way. "Nobody goes in there." And that was said still in another tone, such a tone that all trace of the trained respectfulness vanished from the butler's bearing. He stared at her with a frank wondering gaze. "Not till I am gone," she added, and there was such an expression on her face that the man was daunted by the mystery of it. He shrugged his shoulders slightly and without another word went down the stairs on his way to the basement, brushing in the hall past Mr. Charles, who, hat on head and both hands rammed deep into his overcoat pockets, paced up and down as though on sentry duty there. The lady's maid was the only servant upstairs, hovering in the passage on the first floor, curious and as if fascinated by the woman who stood there guarding the door. Being beckoned closer imperiously and asked by the governess to bring out of the now empty rooms the hat and veil, the only objects besides the furniture still to be found there, she did so in silence but inwardly fluttered. And while waiting uneasily with the veil before that woman who, without moving a step away from the drawing room door, was pinning with careless haste her hat on her head, she heard within a sudden burst of laughter from Miss de Barral, enjoying the fun of the water colour lesson given her for the last time by the cheery old man. Mr. and Mrs. Fyne, ambushed at their window, a most incredible occupation for people of their kind, saw with renewed anxiety a cab come to the door, and watched some luggage being carried out and put on its roof. The butler appeared for a moment, then went in again. What did it mean? Was Flora going to be taken to her father, or were these people, that woman and her horrible nephew, about to carry her off somewhere? Fyne couldn't tell. He doubted the last, Flora having now, he judged, no value, either positive or speculative. Though no great reader of character, he did not credit the governess with humane intentions. He confessed to me naively that he was excited as if watching some action on the stage. Then the thought struck him that the girl might have had some money settled on her, be possessed of some means, of some little fortune of her own, and therefore. He imparted this theory to his wife, who shared fully his consternation. "I can't believe the child will go away without running in to say good bye to us," she murmured. "We must find out. I shall ask her." But at that very moment the cab rolled away, empty inside, and the door of the house, which had been standing slightly ajar till then, was pushed to. They remained silent, staring at it, till Mrs. Fyne whispered doubtfully, "I really think I must go over." Fyne didn't answer for a while. His is a reflective mind, you know. And then, as if Mrs. Fyne's whispers had an occult power over that door, it opened wide again and the white bearded man issued, astonishingly active in his movements, using his stick almost like a leaping pole to get down the steps, and hobbled away briskly along the pavement. Naturally the Fynes were too far off to make out the expression of his face, but it would not have helped them very much to a guess at the conditions inside the house. The expression was humorously puzzled, nothing more. For at the end of his lesson, seizing his trusty stick and coming out with his habitual vivacity, he very nearly cannoned just outside the drawing room door into the back of Miss de Barral's governess. He stopped himself in time and she turned round swiftly. It was embarrassing. He apologized, but her face was not startled. It was not aware of him. It wore a singular expression of resolution. A very singular expression which, as it were, detained him for a moment. In order to cover his embarrassment he made some inane remark on the weather, upon which, instead of returning another inane remark according to the tacit rules of the game, she only gave him a smile of unfathomable meaning. Nothing could have been more singular. The good looking young gentleman of questionable appearance took not the slightest notice of him in the hall. No servant was to be seen. He let himself out, pulling the door to behind him with a crash as in a manner he was forced to do to get it shut at all. When the echo of it had died away the woman on the landing leaned over the banister and called out bitterly to the man below: "Don't you want to come up and say good bye?" He had an impatient movement of the shoulders and went on pacing to and fro as though he had not heard. But suddenly he checked himself, stood still for a moment, and then with a gloomy face and without taking his hands out of his pockets ran smartly up the stairs. Already facing the door she turned her head for a whispered taunt. "Come, confess you were dying to see her stupid little face once more," to which he disdained to answer. Flora de Barral, still seated before the table at which she had been working on her sketch, raised her head at the noise of the opening door. The invading manner of their entrance gave her the sense of something she had never seen before. She knew them well. She knew the woman better than she knew her father. There had been between them an intimacy of relation as great as it can possibly be without the final closeness of affection. The delightful Charley walked in, with his eyes fixed on the back of her governess, whose raised veil hid her forehead like a brown band above the black line of the eyebrows. The girl was astonished and alarmed by the altogether unknown expression in the woman's face. The stress of passion often discloses an aspect of the personality completely ignored till then by its closest intimates. There was something like an emanation of evil from her eyes and from the face of the other who, exactly behind her and overtopping her by half a head, kept his eyelids lowered in a sinister fashion, which in the poor girl reached, stirred, set free that faculty of unreasoning explosive terror lying locked up at the bottom of all human hearts and of the hearts of animals as well. With suddenly enlarged pupils and a movement as instinctive almost as the bounding of a startled fawn, she jumped up and found herself in the middle of the big room, exclaiming at those amazing and familiar strangers. End of part 4. Part 5 of Chance by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5. What do you want? You will note that she cried, "What do you want?" not "What has happened?" She told Mrs. Fyne that she had received suddenly the feeling of being personally attacked, and that must have been very terrifying. The woman before her had been the wisdom, the authority, the protection of life, security embodied and visible and undisputed. You may imagine then the force of the shock in the intuitive perception not merely of danger, for she did not know what was alarming her, but in the sense of the security being gone. And not only security. I don't know how to explain it clearly. Look, even a small child lives, plays and suffers in terms of its conception of its own existence. Imagine, if you can, a fact coming in suddenly with a force capable of shattering that very conception itself. It was only because of the girl being still so much of a child that she escaped mental destruction, that, in other words, she got over it. Could one conceive of her more mature, while still as ignorant as she was, one must conclude that she would have become an idiot on the spot, long before the end of that experience. Luckily, people, whether mature or not mature, and who really is ever mature, are for the most part quite incapable of understanding what is happening to them. A merciful provision of nature to preserve an average amount of sanity for working purposes in this world. But we, my dear Marlow, have the inestimable advantage of understanding what is happening to others, I struck in. Or at least some of us seem to. Is that too a provision of nature? And what is it for? Is it that we may amuse ourselves gossiping about each other's affairs? You, for instance, seem I don't know what I seem, Marlow silenced me. And surely life must be amused somehow. It would be still a very respectable provision if it were only for that end. But from that same provision of understanding there springs in us compassion, charity, indignation, the sense of solidarity, and in minds of any largeness an inclination to that indulgence which is next door to affection. I don't mean to say that I'm inclined to an indulgent view of the precious couple which broke in upon an unsuspecting girl. They came marching in. It's the very expression she used later on to Mrs. Fyne. But at her cry they stopped. It must have been startling enough to them. It was like having the mask torn off when you don't expect it. The man stopped for good. He didn't offer to move a step further. But though the governess had come in there for the very purpose of taking the mask off for the first time in her life, she seemed to look upon the frightened cry as a fresh provocation. "What are you screaming for, you little fool?" she said, advancing alone close to the girl, who was affected exactly as if she had seen Medusa's head with serpentine locks set mysteriously on the shoulders of that familiar person, in that brown dress, under that hat she knew so well. It made her lose all her hold on reality. She told Mrs. Fyne, "I didn't know where I was. I didn't even know that I was frightened. If she had told me it was a joke I would have laughed. If she had told me to put on my hat and go out with her, I would have gone to put on my hat and gone out with her and never said a single word. I should have been convinced I had been mad for a minute or so, and I would have worried myself to death rather than breathe a hint of it to her or anyone. But the wretch put her face close to mine, and I could not move. Directly I had looked into her eyes I felt grown on to the carpet." It was years afterwards that she used to talk like this to Mrs. Fyne, and to Mrs. Fyne alone. Nobody else ever heard the story from her lips. But it was never forgotten. It was always felt. It remained like a mark on her soul, a sort of mystic wound, to be contemplated, to be meditated over. And she said further to Mrs. Fyne, in the course of many confidences provoked by that contemplation that as long as that woman called her names it was almost soothing, it was in a manner reassuring. Her imagination had, like her body, gone off in a wild bound to meet the unknown. And then to hear after all something which more in its tone than in its substance was mere venomous abuse had steadied the inward flutter of all her being. She called me a little fool more times than I can remember. I a fool! Why, Mrs. Fyne, I do assure you I had never yet thought at all, never of anything in the world, till then. I just went on living. And one can't be a fool without one has at least tried to think. But what had I ever to think about? And no doubt, commented Marlow, her life had been a mere life of sensations, the response to which can neither be foolish nor wise. It can only be temperamental. And I believe that she was of a generally happy disposition, a child of the average kind. Even when she was asked violently whether she imagined that there was anything in her, apart from her money, to induce any intelligent person to take any sort of interest in her existence, she only caught her breath in one dry sob and said nothing, made no other sound, made no movement. When she was viciously assured that she was in heart, mind, manner and appearance an utterly common and insipid creature, she remained still, without indignation, without anger. She stood, a frail and passive vessel into which the other went on pouring all the accumulated dislike for all her pupils, her scorn of all her employers, the ducal one included, the accumulated resentment, the infinite hatred of all these unrelieved years of, I won't say hypocrisy. The practice of perfect hypocrisy is a relief in itself, a secret triumph of the vilest sort, no doubt, but still a way of getting even with the common morality from which some of us appear to suffer so much. No, I will say the years, the passionate, bitter years of restraint, the iron, admirably mannered restraint at every moment, in a never failing perfect correctness of speech, glances, movements, smiles, gestures, establishing for her a high reputation, an impressive record of success in her sphere. It had been like living half strangled for years. And all this torture for nothing in the end. What looked at last like a possible prize, oh, without illusions, but still a prize, broken in her hands, fallen in the dust, the bitter dust of disappointment. She revelled in the miserable revenge, pretty safe too, only regretting the unworthiness of the girlish figure which stood for so much she had longed to be able to spit venom at, if only once, in perfect liberty. The presence of the young man at her back increased both her satisfaction and her rage, but the very violence of the attack seemed to defeat its end by rendering the representative victim as it was insensible. The cause of this outrage naturally escaping the girl's imagination, her attitude was in effect that of dense, hopeless stupidity. And it is a fact that the worst shocks of life are often received without outcries, without gestures, without a flow of tears and the convulsions of sobbing. The insatiable governess missed these signs exceedingly. This pitiful stolidity was only a fresh provocation. Yet the poor girl was deadly pale. "I was cold," she used to explain to Mrs. Fyne. "I had had time to get terrified. She had pushed her face so near mine, and her teeth looked as though she wanted to bite me. Her eyes seemed to have become quite dry, hard and small in a lot of horrible wrinkles. I was too afraid of her to shudder, too afraid of her to put my fingers to my ears. I didn't know what I expected her to call me next. But when she told me I was no better than a beggar, that there would be no more masters, no more servants, no more horses for me, I said to myself, "Is that all?" I should have laughed if I hadn't been too afraid of her to make the least little sound. It seemed that poor Flora had to know all the possible phases of that sort of anguish, beginning with instinctive panic, through the bewildered stage, the frozen stage, and the stage of blanched apprehension, down to the instinctive prudence of extreme terror, the stillness of the mouse. But when she heard herself called the child of a cheat and a swindler, the very monstrous unexpectedness of this caused in her a revulsion towards letting herself go. She screamed out all at once, "You mustn't speak like this of papa." The effort of it uprooted her from that spot where her little feet seemed dug deep into the thick luxurious carpet, and she retreated backwards to a distant part of the room, hearing herself repeat, "You mustn't, you mustn't," as if it were somebody else screaming. She came to a chair and flung herself into it. Thereupon the somebody else ceased screaming and she lulled, exhausted, sightless, in a silent room, as if indifferent to everything and without a single thought in her head. The next few seconds seemed to last for ever so long, a black abyss of time separating what was past and gone from the reappearance of the governess and the reawakening of fear. And that woman was forcing the words through her set teeth. "You say I mustn't, I mustn't. All the world will be speaking of him like this to morrow. They will say it and they'll print it. You shall hear it and you shall read it, and then you shall know whose daughter you are." Her face lighted up with an atrocious satisfaction. "He's nothing but a thief," she cried, "this father of yours. As to you, I have never been deceived in you for a moment. I have been growing more and more sick of you for years. You are a vulgar, silly nonentity, and you shall go back to where you belong, whatever low place you have sprung from, and beg your bread. That is if anybody's charity will have anything to do with you, which I doubt." She would have gone on regardless of the enormous eyes, of the open mouth of the girl who sat up suddenly with the wild staring expression of being choked by invisible fingers on her throat and yet horribly pale. The effect on her constitution was so profound, Mrs. Fyne told me, that she who as a child had a rather pretty delicate colouring showed a white bloodless face for a couple of years afterwards, and remained always liable at the slightest emotion to an extraordinary ghost-like whiteness. The end came in the abomination of desolation of the poor child's miserable cry for help, "Charley, Charley," coming from her throat in hidden gasping efforts. Her enlarged eyes had discovered him where he stood motionless and dumb. He started from his immobility, a hand withdrawn brusquely from the pocket of his overcoat, strode up to the woman, seized her by the arm from behind, saying in a rough commanding tone, "Come away, Eliza." In an instant the child saw them close together and remote, near the door, gone through the door, which she neither heard nor saw being opened or shut. But it was shut. Oh yes, it was shut. Her slow unseeing glance wandered all over the room. For some time longer she remained leaning forward, collecting her strength, doubting if she would be able to stand. She stood up at last. Everything about her spun round in an oppressive silence. She remembered perfectly, as she told Mrs. Fyne, that clinging to the arm of the chair she called out twice, "Papa, papa." At the thought that he was far away in London, everything about her became quite still. Then, frightened suddenly by the solitude of that empty room, she rushed out of it blindly. With that fatal diffidence in well doing inherent in the present condition of humanity, the Fynes continued to watch at their window. "It's always so difficult to know what to do for the best," Fyne assured me. "It is. Good intentions stand in their own way so much. Whereas if you want to do harm to anyone you needn't hesitate. You have only to go on. No one will reproach you with your mistakes or call you a confounded clumsy meddler." The Fynes watched the door, the closed street door, inimical somehow to their benevolent thoughts, the face of the house cruelly impenetrable. It was just as on any other day. The unchanged daily aspect of inanimate things is so impressive that Fyne went back into the room for a moment, picked up the paper again and ran his eyes over the items of news. No doubt of it. It looked very bad. He came back to the window and Mrs. Fyne. Tired out as she was, she sat there resolute and ready for responsibility. But she had no suggestion to offer. People do fear a rebuff wonderfully, and all her audacity was in her thoughts. She shrank from the incomparably insolent manner of the governess. Fyne stood by her side, as in those old fashioned photographs of married couples where you see a husband with his hand on the back of his wife's chair. And they were about as efficient as an old photograph, and as still, till Mrs. Fyne started slightly. The street door had swung open and bursting out appeared the young man. His hat, Mrs. Fyne observed, tilted forward over his eyes. After him the governess slipped through, turning round at once to shut the door behind her with care. Meantime the man went down the white steps and strode along the pavement, his hands rammed deep into the pockets of his fawn overcoat. The woman, that woman of composed movements, of deliberate superior manner, took a little run to catch up with him, and directly she had caught up with him tried to introduce her hand under his arm. Mrs. Fyne saw the brusque half turn of the fellow's body as one avoids an importunate contact, defeating her attempt rudely. She did not try again but kept pace with his stride, and Mrs. Fyne watched them, walking independently, turn the corner of the street side by side, disappear for ever. The Fynes looked at each other eloquently, doubtfully. "What do you think of this?" Then with common accord turned their eyes back to the street door, closed, massive, dark, the great clear brass knocker shining in a quiet slant of sunshine cut by a diagonal line of heavy shade filling the further end of the street. Could the girl be already gone? Sent away to her father? Had she any relations? Nobody but de Barral himself ever came to see her, Mrs. Fyne remembered, and she had the instantaneous, profound, maternal perception of the child's loneliness. And a girl too. It was irresistible. And besides, the departure of the governess was not without its encouraging influence. "I am going over at once to find out," she declared resolutely but still staring across the street. Her intention was arrested by the sight of that awful, sombrely glistening door swinging back suddenly on the yawning darkness of the hall, out of which literally flew out, right out on the pavement almost without touching the white steps, a little figure swathed in a holland pinafore up to the chin, its hair streaming back from its head, darting past a lamp post, past the red pillar box. "Here!" cried Mrs. Fyne. "She's coming here. Run, John, run!" Fyne bounded out of the room. This is his own word, bounded. He assured me with intensified solemnity that he bounded, and the sight of the short and muscular Fyne bounding gravely about the circumscribed passages and staircases of a small, very high class private hotel would have been worth any amount of money to a man greedy of memorable impressions. But as I looked at him, the desire of laughter at my very lips, I asked myself how many men could be found ready to compromise their cherished gravity for the sake of the unimportant child of a ruined financier with an ugly black cloud already wreathing his head. I didn't laugh at little Fyne. I encouraged him. "You did! Very good! Well?" His main thought was to save the child from some unpleasant interference. There was a porter downstairs, page boys, some people going away with their trunks in the passage, a railway omnibus at the door, white breasted waiters dodging about the entrance. He was in time. He was at the door before she reached it in her blind course. She did not recognize him. Perhaps she did not see him. He caught her by the arm as she ran past and very sensibly, without trying to check her, simply darted in with her and up the stairs, causing no end of consternation amongst the people in his way. They scattered. What might have been their thoughts at the spectacle of a shameless middle-aged man abducting headlong into the upper regions of a respectable hotel a terrified young girl obviously under age, I don't know. And Fyne, he told me so, did not care for what people might think. All he wanted was to reach his wife before the girl collapsed. For a time she ran with him, but at the last flight of stairs he had to seize and half drag, half carry her to his wife. Mrs. Fyne waited at the door with her quite unmoved physiognomy and her readiness to confront any sort of responsibility which already characterized her long before she became a ruthless theorist. Relieved, his mission accomplished, Fyne closed hastily the door of the sitting room. But before long both Fynes became frightened. After a period of immobility in the arms of Mrs. Fyne, the girl, who had not said a word, tore herself out from that slightly rigid embrace. She struggled dumbly between them, they did not know why, soundless and ghastly, till she sank exhausted on a couch. Luckily the children were out with the two nurses. The hotel housemaid helped Mrs. Fyne to put Flora de Barral to bed. She was as if gone speechless and insane. She lay on her back, her face white like a piece of paper, her dark eyes staring at the ceiling, her awful immobility broken by sudden shivering fits, with a loud chattering of teeth in the shadowy silence of the room, the blinds pulled down, Mrs. Fyne sitting by patiently, her arms folded, yet inwardly moved by the riddle of that distress of which she could not guess the word, and saying to herself, "That child is too emotional, much too emotional, to be ever really sound." As if anyone not made of stone could be perfectly sound in this world. And then how sound? In what sense? To resist what? Force or corruption? And even in the best armour of steel there are joints a treacherous stroke can always find if chance gives the opportunity. General considerations never had the power to trouble Mrs. Fyne much. The girl not being in a state to be questioned, she waited, by the bedside. Fyne had crossed over to the house, his scruples overcome by his anxiety to discover what really had happened. He did not have to lift the knocker. The door stood open on the inside gloom of the hall. He walked into it and saw no one about, the servants having assembled for a fatuous consultation in the basement. Fyne's uplifted bass voice startled them down there, the butler coming up, staring and in his shirt sleeves, very suspicious at first. And then, on Fyne's explanation that he was the husband of a lady who had called several times at the house, Miss de Barral's mother's friend, becoming humanely concerned and communicative, in a man-to-man tone but preserving his trained high-class servant's voice, "Oh, bless you, sir, no. She does not mean to come back. She told me so herself," he assured Fyne with a faint shade of contempt creeping into his tone. As regards their young lady, nobody downstairs had any idea that she had run out of the house. He dared say they all would have been willing to do their very best for her for the time being. But since she was now with her mother's friends. He fidgeted. He murmured that all this was very unexpected. He wanted to know what he had better do with letters or telegrams which might arrive in the course of the day. "Letters addressed to Miss de Barral you had better bring over to my hotel over there," said Fyne, beginning to feel extremely worried about the future. The man said, "Yes, sir," adding, "and if her letter comes addressed to Mrs." Fyne stopped him by a gesture. "I don't know. Anything you like." "Very well, sir." The butler did not shut the street door after Fyne, but remained on the doorstep for a while, looking up and down the street in the spirit of independent expectation, like a man who is again his own master. Mrs. Fyne, hearing her husband return, came out of the room where the girl was lying in bed. "No change," she whispered, and Fyne could only make a hopeless sign of ignorance as to what all this meant and how it would end. He feared future complications, naturally. A man of limited means in a public position, his time not his own. Yes, he owned to me in the parlour of my farmhouse that he had been very much concerned then at the possible consequences. But as he was making this artless confession I said to myself that whatever consequences and complications he might have imagined, the complication from which he was suffering now could never, never have presented itself to his mind. Slow but sure, for I conceive that the book of destiny had been written up from the beginning to the last page. It had been coming for something like 6 years. And now it had come. The complication was there. I looked at his unshaken solemnity with the amused pity we give the victim of a funny if somewhat ill-natured practical joke. "Oh, hang it," he exclaimed, in no logical connection with what he had been relating to me. Nevertheless, the exclamation was intelligible enough. However, at first there were, he admitted, no untoward complications, no embarrassing consequences. To a telegram in guarded terms dispatched to de Barral no answer was received for more than 24 hours. This certainly caused the Fynes some anxiety. When the answer arrived late on the evening of next day it was in the shape of an elderly man. An unexpected sort of man. Fyne explained to me with precision that he evidently belonged to what is most respectable in the lower middle class. He was calm and slow in his speech. He was wearing a frock coat, had grey whiskers meeting under his chin, and declared on entering that Mr. de Barral was his cousin. He hastened to add that he had not seen his cousin for many years, while he looked upon Fyne, who received him alone, with so much distrust that Fyne felt hurt, the person actually refusing at first the chair offered to him, and retorted tartly that he, for his part, had never seen Mr. de Barral in his life, and that since the visitor did not want to sit down, he, Fyne, begged him to state his business as shortly as possible. The man in black sat down then with a faint superior smile. He had come for the girl. His cousin had asked him in a note delivered by a messenger to go to Brighton at once and take his girl over from a gentleman named Fyne and give her house room for a time in his family. And there he was. His business had not allowed him to come sooner. His business was the manufacture on a large scale of cardboard boxes. He had two grown up girls of his own. He had consulted his wife, and so that was all right. The girl would get a welcome in his home. His home most likely was not what she was used to, but etc., etc. All the time Fyne felt subtly in that man's manner a derisive disapproval of everything that was not lower middle class, a profound respect for money, a mean sort of contempt for speculators that fail, and a conceited satisfaction with his own respectable vulgarity. With Mrs. Fyne the manner of the obscure cousin of de Barral was but little less offensive. He looked at her rather slyly, but her cold, decided demeanour impressed him. Mrs. Fyne, on her side, was simply appalled by the personage, but did not show it outwardly. Not even when the man remarked with false simplicity that Florrie, her name was Florrie, wasn't it, would probably miss at first all her grand friends. And when he was informed that the girl was in bed, not feeling well at all, he showed an unsympathetic alarm. She wasn't an invalid, was she? No. What was the matter with her then? An extreme distaste for that respectable member of society was depicted in Fyne's face even as he was telling me of him after all these years. He was a specimen of precisely the class of which people like the Fynes have the least experience, and I imagine he jarred on him painfully. He possessed all the civic virtues in their very meanest form, and the finishing touch was given by a low sort of consciousness he manifested of possessing them. His industry was exemplary. He wished to catch the earliest possible train next morning. It seems that for 27 years he had never missed being seated on his office stool at the factory punctually at 10 o'clock every day. He listened to Mrs. Fyne's objections with undisguised impatience. Why couldn't Florrie get up and have her breakfast at 8 like other people? In his house the breakfast was at 8 sharp. Mrs. Fyne's polite stoicism overcame him at last. He had come down at a very great personal inconvenience, he assured her with displeasure, but he gave up the early train. The good Fynes didn't dare to look at each other before this unforeseen but perfectly authorized guardian, the same thought springing up in their minds: poor girl, poor girl. If the women of the family were like this too, of course they would be. Poor girl. But what could they have done even if they had been prepared to raise objections? The person in the frock coat had the father's note. He had shown it to Fyne. Just a request to take care of the girl, as his nearest relative, without any explanation or a single allusion to the financial catastrophe, its tone strangely detached, and in its very silence on the point giving occasion to think that the writer was not uneasy as to the child's future. Probably it was that very idea which had set the cousin so readily in motion. Men had come before out of commercial crashes with estates in the country and a comfortable income, if not for themselves then for their wives. And if a wife could be made comfortable by a little dexterous management, then why not a daughter? Yes, this possibility might have been discussed in the person's household and judged worth acting upon. The man actually hinted broadly that such was his belief, and in face of Fyne's guarded replies gave him to understand that he was not the dupe of such reticences. Obviously he looked upon the Fynes as being disappointed because the girl was taken away from them. They, by a diplomatic sacrifice in the interests of poor Flora, had asked the man to dinner. He accepted ungraciously, remarking that he was not used to late hours. He had generally a bit of supper about 8:30 or 9. However, he gazed contemptuously round the prettily decorated dining room. He wrinkled his nose in a puzzled way at the dishes offered to him by the waiter, but refused none, devouring the food with a great appetite and drinking, swilling Fyne called it, gallons of ginger beer which were procured for him in stone bottles at his request. The difficulty of keeping up a conversation with that being exhausted Mrs. Fyne herself, who had come to the table armed with adamantine resolution. The only memorable thing he said was when, in a pause of gorging himself with these French dishes, he deliberately let his eyes roam over the little tables occupied by parties of diners and remarked that his wife did for a moment think of coming down with him, but that he was glad she didn't do so. She wouldn't have been at all happy seeing all this alcohol about. Not at all happy, he declared weightily. "You must have had a charming evening," I said to Fyne, "if I may judge from the way you have kept the memory green." "Delightful," he growled, with positively a flash of anger at the recollection, but lapsed back into his solemnity at once. After we had been silent for a while I asked whether the man took away the girl next day. Fyne said that he did. In the afternoon, in a fly, with a few clothes the maid had got together and brought across from the big house. He only saw Flora again 10 minutes before they left for the railway station, in the Fynes' sitting room at the hotel. It was a most painful 10 minutes for the Fynes. The respectable citizen addressed Miss de Barral as Florrie and my dear, remarking to her that she was not very big, "There's not much of you, my dear," in a familiarly disparaging tone. Then turning to Mrs. Fyne and quite loud, "She's very white in face. Why's that?" To this Mrs. Fyne made no reply. She had put the girl's hair up that morning with her own hands. "It changed her very much," observed Fyne. He naturally played a subordinate, merely approving part. All he could do for Miss de Barral personally was to go downstairs and put her into the fly himself, while Miss de Barral's nearest relation, having been shouldered out of the way, stood by with an umbrella and a little black bag, watching this proceeding with grim amusement, as it seemed. It was difficult to guess what the girl thought or what she felt. She no longer looked a child. She whispered to Fyne a faint "Thank you" from the fly, and he said to her in very distinct tones, and while still holding her hand. "Pray don't forget to write fully to my wife in a day or two, Miss de Barral." Then Fyne stepped back and the cousin climbed into the fly, muttering quite audibly, "I don't think you'll be troubled much with her in the future," without, however, looking at Fyne, on whom he did not even bestow a nod. The fly drove away. CHAPTER V THE TEA PARTY "Amiable personality," I observed, seeing Fyne on the point of falling into a brown study. But I could not help adding with meaning, "He hadn't the gift of prophecy though." Fyne got up suddenly with a muttered "No, evidently not." He was gloomy, hesitating. I supposed that he would not wish to play chess that afternoon. This would dispense me from leaving my rooms on a day much too fine to be wasted in walking exercise. And I was disappointed when picking up his cap he intimated to me his hope of seeing me at the cottage about 4 o'clock as usual. It wouldn't be as usual. I put a particular stress on that remark. He admitted after a short reflection that it would not be. No. Not as usual. In fact it was his wife who hoped rather for my presence. She had formed a very favourable opinion of my practical sagacity. This was the first I ever heard of it. I had never suspected that Mrs. Fyne had taken the trouble to distinguish in me the signs of sagacity or folly. The few words we had exchanged last night in the excitement, or the bother, of the girl's disappearance were the first moderately significant words which had ever passed between us. I had felt myself always to be, in Mrs. Fyne's view, her husband's chess player and nothing else, a convenience, almost an implement. "I am highly flattered," I said. "I have always heard that there are no limits to feminine intuition, and now I am half inclined to believe it is so. But still I fail to see in what way my sagacity, practical or otherwise, can be of any service to Mrs. Fyne. One man's sagacity is very much like any other man's sagacity, and with you at hand." Fyne, manifestly not attending to what I was saying, directed straight at me his worried solemn eyes and struck in: "Yes, yes, very likely. But you will come, won't you?" I had made up my mind that no Fyne of either sex would make me walk 3 miles, there and back to their cottage, on this fine day. If the Fynes had been an average sociable couple, one knows only because leisure must be got through somehow, I would have made short work of that special invitation. But they were not that. Their undeniable humanity had to be acknowledged. At the same time I wanted to have my own way, so I proposed that I should be allowed the pleasure of offering them a cup of tea at my rooms. A short reflective pause, and Fyne accepted eagerly in his own and his wife's name. A moment after I heard the click of the gate latch, and then in an ecstasy of barking from his demonstrative dog his serious head went past my window on the other side of the hedge. Its troubled gaze fixed forward, and the mind inside obviously employed in earnest speculation of an intricate nature. One at least of his wife's girl friends had become more than a mere shadow for him. I surmised, however, that it was not of the girl friend but of his wife that Fyne was thinking. He was an excellent husband. I prepared myself for the afternoon's hospitalities, calling in the farmer's wife and reviewing with her the resources of the house and the village. She was a helpful woman, but the resources of my sagacity I did not review. Except in the gross material sense of the afternoon tea, I made no preparations for Mrs. Fyne. It was impossible for me to make any such preparations. I could not tell what sort of sustenance she would look for from my sagacity. And as to taking stock of the wares of my mind, no one, I imagine, is anxious to do that sort of thing if it can be avoided. A vaguely grandiose state of mental self confidence is much too agreeable to be disturbed recklessly by such a delicate investigation. Perhaps if I had had a helpful woman at my elbow, a dear, flattering, acute, devoted woman. There are in life moments when one positively regrets not being married. No, I don't exaggerate. I have said moments, not years or even days. Moments. The farmer's wife obviously could not be asked to assist. She could not have been expected to possess the necessary insight, and I doubt whether she would have known how to be flattering enough. She was being helpful in her own way, with an extraordinary black bonnet on her head, a good mile off by that time, trying to discover in the village shops a piece of eatable cake. The pluck of women! The optimism of the dear creatures! And she managed to find something which looked eatable. That's all I know, as I had no opportunity to observe the more intimate effects of that comestible. I myself never eat cake, and Mrs. Fyne, when she arrived punctually, brought with her no appetite for cake. She had no appetite for anything, but she had a thirst, a sign of deep, of tormenting emotion. Yes, it was emotion, not the brilliant sunshine, more brilliant than warm as is the way of our discreet, self-repressed, distinguished, insular sun, which would not turn a real lady scarlet, not on any account. Mrs. Fyne looked even cool. She wore a white skirt and coat. A white hat with a large brim reposed on her smoothly arranged hair. The coat was cut something like an army mess jacket, and the style suited her. I dare say there are many youthful subalterns, and not the worst looking too, who resemble Mrs. Fyne in the type of face, in the sunburnt complexion, down to that something alert in bearing. But not many would have had that aspect, breathing a readiness to assume any responsibility under heaven. This is the sort of courage which ripens late in life, and of course Mrs. Fyne was of mature years for all her unwrinkled face. She looked round the room, told me positively that I was very comfortable there, to which I assented, humbly acknowledging my undeserved good fortune. Why undeserved, she wanted to know. I engaged these rooms by letter without asking any questions. It might have been an abominable hole, I explained to her. I always do things like that. I don't like to be bothered. This is no great proof of sagacity, is it? Sagacious people, I believe, like to exercise that faculty. I have heard that they can't even help showing it in the veriest trifles. It must be very delightful. But I know nothing of it. I think that I have no sagacity, no practical sagacity." Fyne made an inarticulate bass murmur of protest. I asked about the children whom I had not seen yet since my return from town. They had been very well. They were always well. Both Fyne and Mrs. Fyne spoke of the rude health of their children as if it were a result of moral excellence, in a peculiar tone which seemed to imply some contempt for people whose children were liable to be unwell at times. One almost felt inclined to apologize for the inquiry. And this annoyed me, unreasonably I admit, because the assumption of superior merit is not a very exceptional weakness. Anxious to make myself disagreeable by way of retaliation, I observed in accents of interested civility that the dear girls must have been wondering at the sudden disappearance of their mother's young friend. Had they been putting any awkward questions about Miss Smith? Wasn't it as Miss Smith that Miss de Barral had been introduced to me? Mrs. Fyne, staring fixedly but also colouring deeper under her tan, told me that the children had never liked Flora very much. She hadn't the high spirits which endear grown ups to healthy children. Mrs. Fyne explained unflinchingly. Flora had been staying at the cottage several times before. Mrs. Fyne assured me that she often found it very difficult to have her in the house. "But what else could we do?" she exclaimed. That little cry of distress, quite genuine in its inexpressiveness, altered my feeling towards Mrs. Fyne. It would have been so easy to have done nothing and to have thought no more about it. My liking for her began while she was telling me of the night she spent by the girl's bedside, the night before her departure with her unprepossessing relative. That Mrs. Fyne found means to comfort the child I doubt very much. She had not the genius for the task of undoing that which the hate of an infuriated woman had planned so well. You will tell me perhaps that children's impressions are not durable. That's true enough. But here, child is only a manner of speaking. The girl was within a few days of her 16th birthday. She was old enough to be matured by the shock. The very effort she had to make in conveying the impression to Mrs. Fyne, in remembering the details, in finding adequate words, or any words at all, was in itself a terribly enlightening and ageing process. She had talked a long time, uninterrupted by Mrs. Fyne, childlike enough in her wonder and pain, pausing now and then to interject the pitiful query: "It was cruel of her. Wasn't it cruel, Mrs. Fyne?" For Charley she found excuses. He at any rate had not said anything, while he had looked very gloomy and miserable. He couldn't have taken part against his aunt, could he? But after all he did, when she called upon him: "Take that cruel woman away." He had dragged her out by the arm. She had seen that plainly. She remembered it. That was it. The woman was mad. Oh, Mrs. Fyne, don't tell me she wasn't mad. If you only had seen her face. But Mrs. Fyne was unflinching in her idea that as much truth as could be told was due in the way of kindness to the girl, whose fate she feared would be to live exposed to the hardest realities of unprivileged existences. She explained to her that there were in the world evil-minded, selfish people, unscrupulous people. These two persons had been after her father's money. The best thing she could do was to forget all about them. "After papa's money? I don't understand," poor Flora de Barral had murmured, and lay still as if trying to think it out in the silence and shadows of the room where only a night light was burning. Then she had a long shivering fit while holding tight the hand of Mrs. Fyne, whose patient immobility by the bedside of that brutally murdered childhood did infinite honour to her humanity. That vigil must have been the more trying because I could see very well that at no time did she think the victim particularly charming or sympathetic. It was a manifestation of pure compassion, of compassion in itself, so to speak. Not many women would have been capable of displaying with that unflinching steadiness. The shivering fit over, the girl's next words in an outburst of sobs were: "Oh, Mrs. Fyne, am I really such a horrid thing as she has made me out to be?" "No, no," protested Mrs. Fyne. "It is your former governess who is horrid and odious. She is a vile woman. I cannot tell you that she was mad, but I think she must have been beside herself with rage and full of evil thoughts. You must try not to think of these abominations, my dear child." "They were not fit for anyone to think of much," Mrs. Fyne commented to me in a curt, positive tone. All that had been very trying. The girl was like a creature struggling under a net. "But how can I forget?
She called my father a cheat and a swindler. Do tell me, Mrs. Fyne, that isn't true. It can't be true. How can it be true?" She sat up in bed with a sudden wild motion as if to jump out and flee away from the sound of the words which had just passed her own lips. Mrs. Fyne restrained her, soothed her, induced her at last to lay her head on her pillow again, assuring her all the time that nothing this woman had had the cruelty to say deserved to be taken to heart. The girl, exhausted, cried quietly for a time. It may be she had noticed something evasive in Mrs. Fyne's assurances. After a while, without stirring, she whispered brokenly: "That awful woman told me that all the world would call papa these awful names. Is it possible? Is it possible?" Mrs. Fyne kept silent. "Do say something to me, Mrs. Fyne," the daughter of de Barral insisted in the same feeble whisper. Again Mrs. Fyne assured me that it had been very trying, terribly trying. "Yes, thanks, I will." She leaned back in the chair with folded arms while I poured another cup of tea for her, and Fyne went out to pacify the dog which, tied up under the porch, had become suddenly very indignant at somebody having the audacity to walk along the lane. Mrs. Fyne stirred her tea for a long time, drank a little, put the cup down and said with that air of accepting all the consequences: "Silence would have been unfair. I don't think it would have been kind either. I told her that she must be prepared for the world passing a very severe judgment on her father." "Wasn't it admirable?" cried Marlow, interrupting his narrative. "Admirable!" And as I looked dubiously at this unexpected enthusiasm, he started justifying it after his own manner. "I say admirable because it was so characteristic. It was perfect. Nothing short of genius could have found better. And this was nature, as they say of an artist's work. This was a perfect Fyne. Compassion, judiciousness, something correctly measured, none of your dishevelled sentiment. And right. You must confess that nothing could have been more right. I had a mind to shout Brava! Brava! But I did not do that. I took a piece of cake and went out to bribe the Fyne dog into some sort of self control. His sharp comical yapping was unbearable, like stabs through one's brain, and Fyne's deeply modulated remonstrances abashed the vivacious animal no more than the deep patient murmur of the sea abashes a nigger minstrel on a popular beach. Fyne was beginning to swear at him in low sepulchral tones when I appeared. The dog became at once wildly demonstrative, half strangling himself in his collar, his eyes and tongue hanging out in the excess of his incomprehensible affection for me. This was before he caught sight of the cake in my hand. A series of vertical springs high up in the air followed, and then when he got the cake he instantly lost his interest in everything else. Fyne was slightly vexed with me. As kind a master as any dog could wish to have, he yet did not approve of cake being given to dogs. The Fyne dog was supposed to lead a Spartan existence on a diet of repulsive biscuits with an occasional dry hygienic bone thrown in. Fyne looked down gloomily at the appeased animal. I too looked at that fool dog. And you know how one's memory gets suddenly stimulated. I was reminded visually, with an almost painful distinctness, of the ghostly white face of the girl I saw last accompanied by that dog, deserted by that dog. I almost heard her distressed voice as if on the verge of resentful tears calling to the dog, the unsympathetic dog. Perhaps she had not the power of evoking sympathy, that personal gift of direct appeal to the feelings. I said to Fyne, mistrusting the supine attitude of the dog: "Why don't you let him come inside?" "Oh dear no! He couldn't think of it. I might indeed have saved my breath. I knew it was
one of the Fynes' rules of life,
part of their solemnity and responsibility, one of those things that were part of their unassertive but ever present superiority, that their dog must not be allowed in. It was most improper to intrude the dog into the houses of the people they were calling on. If it were only a careless bachelor in farmhouse lodgings and a personal friend of the dog, it was out of the question. But they would let him bark one's sanity away outside one's window. They were strangely consistent in their lack of imaginative sympathy. I didn't insist, but simply led the way back to the parlour, hoping that no wayfarer would happen along the lane for the next hour or so to disturb the dog's composure.
End of part 5.